Good evening, everybody, and welcome to episode 1 of Black Plus with Basic. Sorry, episode 52 of the Sultans of Shadilay podcast.
It's all black bills with Basic.
And now here's our host, the wonder from down under, the master of wood chippers, Basic!
Yes, that is me. And
Today's panel stars...
we have the one, the only, Bleach Demon, who, when our resident Texan isn't here, shall take the place of the ultimate defender of the Second Amendment.
You're damn right.
We have the tiny, fierce cat lady, Disco.
Hello.
And the one, the only, when him and his family gets around, there's a murder, Jonathan Croy.
Good afternoon.
So, title of the episode might have given everyone some hints. What we're looking at today, we are going to look at how the police are fucking useless and you need to do it yourself, which is why you need the Second Amendment, and the Second Amendment doesn't go goddamn far enough.
So, anyone here becoming an anarchist?
Slowly. You know, there's not a month goes by where now I'm like, do you know what? I'm starting to come around to Hugo's way of thinking.
Does have
He's
a certain,
convincing me, you know?
Oh, apparently you forgot to introduce the chat.
Oh dear, well, we do have the chat. We have all the regulars. We have Prime Knight, Student History, Billy's showing up, UCYB the ones here, it shall not be infringed, damn right. Callum Dayton, Jonathan Crow's showing up again.
Jonathan Crow's
Good lord,
in
that
both
guy
the
gets
panel
everywhere.
and the chat. We're gonna have to get some spray or something.
I mean,
Can you
he didn't
spy a
molt
bird?
all over the place.
I'm not sure how I feel about being sprayed.
How do you feel about being spayed?
Well, considering I don't have a womb, I think it should be already quite an easy operation, really.
Well, apparently that could be arranged now.
Oh, yes, true.
We might get to
No,
that
no, no.
article
Get a
eventually.
No, well, the survival rate, because apparently they have actually figured out womb transplants or something. I seen it come up the other day, and the survival rate of the fetuses are about 4%, which I thought was higher than I expected, to be fair.
Yeah, but what's the time frame they're talking about here?
What about the pelvic girdle? That's just so now it's a smaller hole the fetus has to be passed through.
I don't
Well, I
see
think
why.
that came up. That actually came up in the thing that I'd seen. You know, it like showed pictures of the different pelvises, and it's like there's not enough space for it to grow, there's not enough space for it to come out. But hey, you know, biology doesn't. We're not biologists. What do we know?
So, essentially, we have genetically engineered our own form of chest bursters.
Yes. All right, so shall we get into the big story for today? Because it's going to be a big one.
You don't. Glocks don't have any kind of safety. So many people shoot themselves in the dick with a Glock.
To be fair, Glocks do have safeties. They have internal safeties. They're the ultimate
Yes, that's
anti-idiot gun. If you shoot yourself in the dick with a Glock, well, we put you and the Glock in prison. No, you issue the Glock to a responsible owner.
If you
shoot
just
yourself in the
take
dick
your
with a
finger
Glock,
off.
it's a self-fixing problem because you know you won't be able to pass on your idiocy.
I mean, if you're one of these idiots that puts a hair trigger on a Glock,
I mean, the stock trigger on a Glock is really heavy. And
well,
the problem isn't whether you've got a hair trigger or not, it's whether you're an idiot who carries it in the waistband of your pants that are around your knee with no safety, and you're a gangbang dickhead and you get what you fucking deserve.
see, what I do is I unzip my pants and I wedge the gun handle in that gap, so the gun is facing out like a penis.
I think I've
way,
seen
if I
that
do
movie.
actually set it off, shoot someone else.
Glock cod pieces are a wave of the future, I do believe.
My Glock cock.
Yes. Oh dear.
Yes, the chat has obviously clearly missed my low level of humor.
They need to get down to your level, clearly.
So let's have a look. We'll look at the articles in not too much pertaining to be in order, but as we get towards the end, we'll look at some recent full timelines. Oh, Cat, what are you doing? Never mind. It wasn't valuable, so it's fine. Alright, so we'll start with the first article we have up here. So the first 5 or 6 articles are flogged straight from the Lotus Eater site. So
Bad enough looking at them the first time. I mean, technically I had to go through them twice, because I had to go through them once doing the reading list, and then once on the show, and now Basic's like, you will read them again.
Yes, and then we will talk about why small Scottish ladies should be armed.
Yes.
To fight the English.
Yes, for sure.
Wait, no, that's an entirely different problem.
Yeah, I don't know. It
Why
kind
not
of comes from the
both?
same place.
Right. So, Texas cops revealed there was no armed guard on campus when the gunman walked through an unlocked door with his assault rifle 15, because that's what AR stands for, according to CNN. First officers on the scene were giant fucking pussies and ran away with their tiny little dicks in their hands when he opened fire on them, and then they waited an hour for SWAT, and SWAT didn't fucking show up. The fucking Border Patrol had to do it because they're apparently the only people in that part of Texas with balls.
Well, they ran around shooting, while the guy ran around shooting children. These big, brave men.
These
were hiding.
unarmed ladies outside, yes.
Yeah. And tasering
Well,
fathers trying to get to their kids.
The children kept the shooter busy.
Yes. And we'll talk about later about how the cops are directly responsible for at least one of the kids getting shot.
I'm gonna need alcohol for this segment.
A smart disco would have been drunk before the segment started. Right, so shitbag, because fuck him, he doesn't deserve a name, arrived at the elementary school at 11:40 a.m. on Tuesday after crashing his truck. His very expensive truck that he apparently didn't have a license to drive. Funny thing about criminals. Contrary to earlier...
No. They all obey every single law. It's just their intent is wrong.
So where do we go? So he walked... contrary to earlier reports, there was no school police resource officer there when he arrived. He walked unobstructed into the school, then police arrived 4 minutes later. He shot at them, so they ran away like pussies, leaving him alone in the classroom with the children and teachers he killed. It took an hour for SWAT teams to arrive, break into the room, and finally kill him while other kids hid. Unsurprisingly, there is growing anger over the police response and the fact that some parents are held back from entering. They wanted to storm the school themselves after showing up to find 150 cops fuck-assing about outside.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So he entered the school at 11:40 a.m., 12 minutes after crashing his truck outside the school and walking towards campus with his gun. That's when police were alerted to the scene. Really? 12 minutes after he crashed his truck and was fucking about with his guns.
And just to add, he fired 2 shots at a funeral home across the street as soon as he got out of his vehicle, apparently. That's the latest news.
Why did he shoot at a funeral home?
Because he's a fucking nutjob.
Yeah. Either that or he just wanted fresh deliveries.
Right, so, took an hour for specialised SWAT teams to arrive. At 1:06 p.m, the incident was declared over after Ernest was shot dead. In the meantime, 150 wankers were gathering outside. Some of them were filmed pinning parents...
An hour.
An hour.
They left the kids in there with an active shooter for an hour.
Yes.
Like, the only way I could have like seen that, sort of holding back, waiting outside, and whatnot, is if instead of actively shooting them, like he had a hostage situation going on where he wasn't shooting them, but if people had tried to get in, he would have started. Like that would have been the only excuse for sort of holding back and being like, all right, we're waiting for specialists to come in so that we can extract the kids without anyone getting hurt.
Yes.
Nobody's running around shooting them in the head.
Yes, which is why generally in hostage situations, if there's a gunshot, they just breach. They don't fuck about for an hour with their tiny dicks in their tweezers.
At that point, they're like, okay, he is shooting people now, so in we go.
And
you would think Texas, of all states, would be the state to breed the kind of men that would go in and fucking save the kids. I just don't know how Texas, of all places, is the place where they thought, oh, 150 officers, we're going to dick about outside.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if the information that they were getting was inaccurate. Like, if they were being told, no, there's people in there, like, do crowd control outside. Like, we're dealing with it. Like, there's other officers dealing with it. And it being a monumental lack of communication.
My bigger question is if they, because there were apparently 911 calls while he was actively shooting. There's some of this with the timeline stuff, and there are gunshots being heard in the background, so they knew there was gunfire on site, because while those walls are thick, they're not going to stop the audio report of gunshots. So they had to know, if they were close enough, which they should have been, that something was happening in that room. But no, they're just dicking around.
Yep. So, some douchebag fuckhole, who is it? Texas Department of Public Safety, South Regional Director, Pussy McPussyface, says the shooter walked in unobstructed initially. He was not confronted by anybody. 4 minutes later, law enforcement are coming in to solve this problem. How did the cops get there in 4 minutes if nobody noticed? Like, come on. Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Well, didn't somebody say in the comments yesterday that apparently they'd been chasing the guy, and they essentially chased him into the school? I haven't seen much on that, but that was what I had heard. And it's like, well, if that's the case, they knew he was in there.
Well, one of the first things I heard, and we'll have a look at the timelines later to see how it adds up, is the impression I got is that the reason he crashed is because he was being chased by the cops after trying to kill his grandma. That's the story I heard, but we'll see how that pans out.
The second he went anywhere near the school grounds, they should have opened fire on him.
Yes, but apparently
before he even got in there, because he's running into a school full of children.
Yeah.
Well, and from that 12-minute gap from when he crashed, took the 2 pot shots, and then dicked around the building, looking at the scale of everything, it's not taking him 12 minutes to go from that ditch to that door. He obviously had to be going around grabbing at doors and things like that. So if there had been any police on scene, if they didn't engage him then,
or
I don't know what the hell to say.
Nobody phoned the police when he was trying to get into the building, because even if the school doesn't have security, because our schools didn't have security, but one of the teachers probably would have noticed a strange adult trying to get into the school.
Well, it's an elementary school.
Past windows
it's an elementary school. Why weren't the doors locked for anti-kids walking off because they're stupid / pedophiles kidnapping them reasons?
See, when I went to school, we didn't even have a fence. We had a white line, and we were told, you do not cross the line. So, that was the child, it was child containment field. No children passed this white line.
Yeah.
And looking at the age of the construction of the buildings, I'm thinking late 60s, early 70s, probably. Don't mind being wrong on that.
Just sets a really bad precedent.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm looking at the way it's built. It's doors are only locking from exterior entrance, not interior egress.
Yeah, we're not talking. Billy, you can lock the doors from outside ingress. like
You're
all
thinking
doors.
like fire doors, when
yeah.
you would just press a bar and it opens from the inside.
But
yes.
also, it
That's what those are.
alarms when the locks disengage. They're fire safety doors. If they're locked, they should alarm when they're opened.
It
If you're
depends on the
smart.
vintage of the construction. That's the one thing I'm
True.
trying to get at is that whether that door was unlocked or not is going to be impossible to tell without checking it. But if that school had had the protocols that I know other school districts have in Pennsylvania, as soon as a gunshot is heard outside or someone is seen suspicious, the janitors or some of the higher faculty and staff are supposed to go and check every single door.
Now,
Yeah,
here's a
well,
crazy
failed
thought.
too.
Or alert
Crazy
somebody.
thought, crazy
There's
thought,
a
though.
strange man running around the school, like he's trying to get in.
Crazy
Phone
thought,
the
though.
police before he gets in there.
What if, while the janitor was walking around locking the doors, he had a gun? Crazy fucking thought. Or at least he was allowed to. Ardent Party says Ari locked door. Apparently there had been some ceremony earlier that day that wound up with the door left unlocked by accident. Well, they're fucking idiots anyway, because that should be part of your
That's quite a
procedures.
coincidence that it just happened to be on that day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see. When the first cops entered the building, he fired at them, injuring at least 2 of them. The cops then retreated, leaving him to carry on with his killing. So, the narrative
Oh,
given
what brave
by...
cops!
Mhm.
What brave cops! If only the children had been able to retreat.
Yeah. So, the narrative given by the Department of Public... I don't know. Scum
It's not really
suckers.
public safety anymore. It's
No.
public sacrifice.
Yeah. So they hear gunfire, they take rounds, get back and take cover. They don't make entry initially because of the gunfire they're receiving. They're calling for additional resources, tactical teams, we need body armor, precision rifles, negotiators. I'm sorry, it's Texas. They go back to their truck, get the AR out of the fucking boot. Like, come the fuck on. And speaking of that timeline, let's have a look at the image from the Daily Mail, if it would like to zoom in a bit. So, he shot his grandmother at 11 a.m. He stole a truck and crashed near the school at 11:28 a.m. He walked through an unlocked door with no school cop on site. He then shot 2 cops in the hallway. Then he walked into a classroom and barricaded the door. Then said it's time to die before killing 19 kids and 2 teachers. So,
Okay.
no kids
How
had
do they know he
died
said that?
until because there were survivors in the classrooms.
Ah, okay, good. All right. But yeah, so
No kids
two
had
cops
died
that engaged
while the
in-
cops
in
were
the
in
building,
there. Yes.
and they just fucked
They
off.
could have stopped him. They
Yeah.
could have stopped him.
To be
Before
fair-
he came across any kids.
Yep. Oh, he shot them, and so they retreated. No, there are kids in there. Fucking go, you cunts.
At the moment,
Oh.
he opens fire at one cop, you shoot to kill, surely. You're just like, nah. He's in a school!
So my biggest worry about all of this situation is that this is going to inspire other people to kind of copycat it because they know how easy it is for them to go ahead.
Well,
and
we'll
do
get
it
we'll
now.
get to that later. Someone tried.
Mm.
They then did.
Oh,
They
God.
then. We'll get to that story, but so someone tried. Unfortunately, the doors were actually fucking locked at that time. So we'll get to that. Is there anything else in this article? Basically, they're being cunts and restraining parents because I don't know that they're cowards. Speaking of this shit about tactical gear, here's an image of a US Marshal in a ballistic helmet and a plate carrier.
Yep.
Why wasn't he in there dealing with the shooter?
Because he's a pussy.
He's out there tackling the parents.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing with the marshals is, in a situation like that, if they had wanted, they can supersede every other jurisdiction in situations like this.
Yep. Just scrolling through to see if anything interesting pops
And
up.
that one picture with him entering the building. You
Oh,
scroll
yeah.
back up a little bit.
I should probably share the screen. I keep forgetting to do that.
The-
There we go.
Just-
I'll just share that.
Kind
so
of
I
an
can also go back.
observation is from what I'm seeing with this is he's clearly has the rifle at kind of a downward angle across the body, and even if he has a plate carrier, that's still undetermined from everything I've seen. How he cannot be recognized as a threat immediately by teachers and staff, and pretty much anybody else that sees, it's not like he's concealing this. He's got it brandished very visibly.
Yeah.
So I just want to point that out because...
Oh, here we go. So, Daily Mail says that one video at the scene appears to show Ramos approach the school while what sounds like gunfire is going off in the background. Police exchanged gunfire with him but were unable to stop him from storming the school. You follow, you cunt. I would trade the life of every single one of those 150 police officers for a single one of the kids in that school. In a fucking heartbeat. That's what they signed up for. I know the Supreme Court says they have no fucking duty to, but fuck that. No, they have a moral duty, and if they don't, they're fucking cowards.
Fuck the Supreme Court.
Well, if they have no duty to protect the kids, then they should have let the parents in.
Yeah. Well,
because they prevented the parents from protecting the kids. They didn't just not help. They weren't just bystanders who didn't get involved. They prevented help.
Yep. So what else do we have going on? Oh, yeah. State police, more police, all sorts of cops in plate carriers with fucking AR pattern rifles. Like, come on.
Well, and I'm willing to bet those are all fully automatic because it's military-grade equipment they have.
Yep, they're probably all select fire.
Got a suppressor and an optic on there, so... Yeah, that bastard should have been at least eyeing up the windows from a distance to see if he could get a shot through the glass on the shooter.
Yeah. So basically, they fucked the pooch. So, meanwhile, a hero cop rushed to Texas massacre school from Barbers with shotgun to rescue 20 kids, including his daughter, 8, after wifey teachers there texted him saying there's an active shooter, help. Oh, and he was a Border Patrol agent, because apparently, if you're not on Border Patrol in this part of Texas, you're a fucking coward.
Now the question is, would he have went in if his wife and kid wasn't in there?
No, but...
Or would he have been on site with the rest of them?
To be fair to him, he was off-duty and unarmed.
So were all the other brands that were trying to get in, to be fair.
True. So, Alvarado, a Border Patrol agent, was off work on Tuesday and was at the barber's when he got a text from his wife. He leapt up from the barber's, grabbed the barber's shotgun, drove straight to the school where his daughter and his wife were. A tactical team was already readying to take the room where the gun was barricaded, so he began searching for his daughter and clearing rooms. You know what the other 150 cops should have been doing? Like, if he was barricaded in the room, you stick 6 guys in the fucking hallway, they watch the door. Then you clear the rest of the fucking school. This isn't fucking complicated shit.
And this is one of those, in the back of my head, it's like, all right, why didn't they have, with 150, they all should have been clearing rooms or posting in rooms, covering doors to make sure any other shooters didn't come in, rather than dicking around outside, keeping parents away.
Well, that's it.
And they should have been actively bringing kids out, putting them on buses, and taking them to a safe location.
Exactly. If that room's on one side of the hallway, there's another side of the building that you can't see. Pull the kids out. Put them through fucking windows if you have to. Like, it's not that difficult if you're a supposedly well-trained cop who is theoretically an adult between the ages of 18 and 70 to pick up an elementary schooler and hoy him out a window.
It would make sense. Unfortunately, sense is fleeting here.
Yeah. So they also say that while the guy who grabbed a fucking shotgun and rushed over there with none of his kit, so the tactical team was already there getting ready, and then 2 other officers were providing cover, and 2 others guided the children down the sidewalk. So they were just fuck-assing about not clearing the building until this guy goes, you know what? My kid's in there. Fuck you. I'm going in.
Yeah. And I know the Border Patrol and the Marshals are taught room clearing tactics that are typically above what local police are trained. But the local police, even the non-SWAT police, usually are trained in room clearing tactics.
I mean,
maybe they don't
it must
have
be.
all the specialty ballistic.
If
gear,
there's
but still, they're
150
supposed to
of
win.
you, and he has a 30-round magazine, you still have the advantage. Put all 150 of you through that fucking doorway.
Realistically, getting through a door, you can only get about 3 or 4 men through a door of
Yeah.
that size.
Realistically.
But
But
it's not a center-fed room.
But
And this
all
is
something
I
cops
really want to beat
are
down
trained
is-
in some room clearing. Like
Yes.
if you go to investigate an alarm, a residential alarm, if you go to investigate a commercial alarm, if you go to a domestic violence incident, if you go to a home invasion, you have to clear rooms. It's not fucking difficult. If there's 150 of you, but you can have like 4 guys to a room each.
And so in a situation like this, it's not a center-fed room, which are considered the more difficult rooms to clear.
And
This
even
is, I
then,
think, that's
it's
what-
not that difficult if you've been trained for 5 minutes.
Exactly. Because in this case, they knew they could go, as soon as that door opened, they can go straight, clear, off to their immediate right, if I'm remembering this room setup from the diagrams. There's no reason that they could not have gone in there, even with sidearms, with 3 men to engage this bastard.
Well, fuck me. The smaller the hallway, the better your sidearm is.
Yeah.
You can shoot from retention. When you're at those ranges, you have it back in retention, throw the door open, and go.
Mm-hmm. And they had the manpower to do it. That's what really is getting me pissed off about all this.
Ardent Party says, in an active school shooting, I'm relatively certain I could clear a room with a 2-man team. One shot, go one piss. In a school shooting, I'm pretty sure that I could clear a room with a 1-man team, because fuck it. Like, have a think, you big tough men in your plate carriers with your rifles. How much is your life worth compared to 18 children? I'll give you a hint. It's worth less than one of them. Because children are our future, goddammit.
This is just completely, absolutely useless. This is why the Second Amendment is the primary amendment.
Yes. Here's a picture of the hero, and he actually looks like the kind of guy who'd fucking go into a school with just a lent shotgun. Because then again, he looks like he would have fucking gone in there with that nothing.
Well, he's
It
got.
looks like the shotgun was just a bonus.
Yeah.
He's like, oh yeah, I'm sure this will come in handy. And he's already halfway in the door.
Yeah.
Weapon? Yeah, I suppose so.
I could almost picture how you'd recreate that scene in a documentary about it. Guy gets up, like, shit, there's a shooter at my kid's school. Fucking Barber's like, wait, take this, and chucks a shotgun at him across the room. Oh dear, it's fucking unbelievable. So that's basically the one. Yeah, and then it shows more cops fucking holding parents down, not letting them in, being general cowards.
Wasn't there a woman who managed to get out of not get out of handcuffs, she convinced one of them to take the handcuffs off of her and climbed the fence to get her kids.
Yeah, the boys mentioned that
Yeah.
story yesterday. I think it comes up sometime. Here, next article on the list is, wow, Border Patrol are mean. Border Patrol agents killed
As
the
they
Uvalde
should be.
school shooter, but why were they on the scene? Because they
No,
were
not
the
to do
only ones
anything.
with a pair of nuts. It took them 40 minutes. You can go a long fucking way in 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I guess somebody
Especially,
was there like, can somebody come in? Just phoning everybody, like, police, so, no, Border Patrol, yes, come help.
Yeah. Well, apparently,
and where they're located, it's not that far from the border, so I'm sure they've got a branch office there in Uvalde.
yes, literally, it's also a Hispanic community. So if you're customs and immigration, maybe, just maybe, it's worth having a presence there constantly, so you can go around and go, haven't seen you before. Are you here legally? And as Tuna History points out, why does it matter? Yes, good question.
Yep.
Good job they were there, surely.
Yeah, so a CBP official told Texas Monthly that as emergency calls first came in, 4 agents with the Bortax SWAT team were investigating stash houses on the border to the west of Uvalde. The agents immediately responded, arriving at the school just before noon. Hold on a second, where's that timeline again? Just before noon. Gonna have a timeline and we're going to have us a fucking problem. Where is my timeline? Because I am already cranky.
Cranky over this? Really?
I'm gonna have to go and get cider, actually.
Where the fuck did that go?
Back in a minute.
Let's see.
Shortly before 12. So when did they breach? Oh yeah, after 1. So even the guys who went in and got him dicked around for an hour. That's not good, boys.
Yeah, one timeline I'm looking at is he entered the elementary school at roughly 11:33 in the morning, and I'm trying to look at when 1:06 p.m.
Yeah, 1:06
is
p.m.
when the
is when
shooter was
they
killed.
Yeah, when they shot him and cleared him. So again, the Bortax SWAT team, who were in their kit and trained to exchange gunfire with the cartels, were there shortly before noon. And the article then goes on to whine about why Border Patrol was there.
At least they were there.
Oh, that's it. But no, even the fucking TAC team, you know, the ones that are supposed to exchange gunfire with the cartels, didn't go in the fucking building. It's like, even if he was barricaded in the room, normal procedure is to make sure he fucking stays there.
Oh God!
Like, if someone's barricaded in a room, you stick a couple of guys in the hallway with a shield. It's not fucking hard.
Or you engage him through the window, because unless this is, plate glass windows designed for ballistics, you can punch through that with the rifle rounds most of these cops are carrying.
Well, if you've got 150 cops and they all take one shot at the same time,
yeah,
pretty sure that'll fix the guy. But yeah, Twitter left us whining about why Border Patrol was there rather than, I don't know, about dead kids. Why they did nothing once they got there, I think would be a better question.
So they're complaining about what the wrong people rescued the kids.
Yes, they're whining that there's too much
for someone else to come.
There are too many Border Patrol agents in Texas communities. Well, maybe that's because there are too many shitbags crossing the border illegally, you fucking retards.
Might have needed less if we got that wall.
Oh, don't speak ill and hate speech there. Respecting laws and borders, how dare you?
Well, if criminals respected laws and borders, he wouldn't have shot his grandmother, he wouldn't have stolen a car, he wouldn't have gone onto school grounds, which is trespassing, and then he wouldn't have murdered a bunch of kids. Funny thing about criminals, not known for respecting the law. Kinda how they become criminals in the first place. moving rapidly forwards. So, from Andy Specht, cops stood outside the school while the killer rampaged inside. If that means exactly what he states in that sentence, then they're all shocked. You do not maintain containment when there's active gunfire. You breach. Oh, but we didn't have body armor. Well, too fucking bad. There's 150 of you. There's 150 of you. Use the guy in front of you to stop the bullets.
The children
Well,
didn't
and
have
here's
body
the
armor
thing.
either.
You know, in a situation like this, even if the gunman had been watching the door when it got breached, you know, speed and aggression is what's going to catch him by surprise. So
Yeah, because he's
whether
probably not trained, which means he's probably going to panic if he sees a
Well,
lot of
even then, if
exactly,
he still has to rotate because he appears to be right-handed, and it was a corner fed room, so he has to rotate and lift the gun. If one guy kicks the door in while another guy's got a rifle pointed through it, you know how you would generally do that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
I've heard, I think it's Arch talking about this before, where he's like, it's incredibly difficult when there are people charging at you to keep a level enough head to try and shoot at someone.
Yeah, especially when they have a ballistic shield held at chest height, where you're instinctively going to shoot them.
Mm-hmm. Well, hell, you don't even need the ballistic shield to make an effective breach in this case.
True,
You really don't.
But they had options. They could have gone in there with their pistols and no armor. They could have gone in with their pistols and basic body armor. They could have gone in with pistols and plate carriers, ARs and plate carriers. Fucking, I don't know. Put a tank through the wall.
Ready for Black Bill.
Oh, so I just went off overtime, pretty, close to exhausted, and we're gonna talk about what?
A man whose takes are spicier than the food he serves on boats. The one, the only, the boat chef himself, Trim.
Yay! Sorry for being late, guys. Overtime, money, yay.
That's no excuse.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
I'm greedy. I'm really greedy, and I want money.
Yeah. So here we have a video where the cops stop parents from helping their kids. Literally just stood outside while the gunman was actively murdering kids in the face.
Give me a second, I'm just gonna get the YouTube stream up on my phone so I can, watch the chat and see with the screen. Alright, done.
So, what else do we have? Well, we have more video of the cops just fuck-acing about, getting in the way.
Oh, you're still in that. That's true.
Okay. Well, while I agree with putting a perimeter up, those should not be, the ones on perimeter should not be the heavy armed ones. That's just.
Well, that's it. Like, this guy who's got the fucking taser out, he's a marshal with an AR and a plate carrier. But I suppose he needs the plate carrier to offset his lack of balls.
If you're gonna put a perimeter up and keep people out who have an interest in going in there and helping, you better be in there doing something and not just preventing any help from getting to them.
Yes, like normally when you have a perimeter like this set up, it's so people don't get in the way of your work, which generally means that you've got guys outside the windows.
Accidentally shot by the police as the police are trying to get the guy out. But no, the police are just like, we'll just wait.
Okay, can somebody give me short? Can someone give me a TLDR? What's going on here? Because it sounds to me like the police have been not doing their job.
Yes, shitbag
enters.
Shitbag gets in a gunfight with cops. Cops run away. Right. Shitbag enters school, gets in another gunfight with cops. Cops run away. Shitbags kill a bunch of kids. 150 cops stand around with their tiny little dicks in their tweezers.
How many cops?
150.
150.
150 goddamn cowards.
Yes.
Yes.
While the children got to tank the fucking children.
Oh. Oh, this is a black pill, all right. There's that
I
special
told you,
black
I
color
told
that
you.
eats all. Oh,
I told you, Black.
Oh.
The Bezik's here this week to shove a black pill up your ass.
oh, I did not.
I
think
am going to attach this black pill to the rifle carried by this goddamn fucking coward as he tasers parents while their kids are being killed.
Wait, so they're not. They're holding. So what they're doing is they're holding your parents back while a
Yes.
fucking crazy person is killing their kids.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me see if I got
There
that
were
straight.
cops
And
on scene.
150 fucking cops are
That-
basically pissing themselves for one crazed gunman.
Yeah.
And
There,
we'll
Yep.
let the parents in to deal with it while they don't deal with it.
there were cops on scene before the first child died.
Oh my god.
I'm going to repeat that for extra trauma. There were cops on scene before the first child died, and then when he started shooting at kids, they did nothing.
Bezik, stop! I'm already on the ledge.
Do a flip!
Oh my god. That was ooh. Maybe can I go back to work?
No.
You're here now. You must suffer.
I could go without a break today. Seriously, this has to be a joke.
Nope, it's not a joke.
Sounds an awful lot like a fucking psyop, though, doesn't it?
Oh
yeah.
god. It's-
Like, you'd almost
Oh.
want it to be a fucking psyop.
I do. So what kind of crazy person was this then? What did he what kind of weapons did this guy have? Did he walk around with a fucking minigun and a body armor or some shit? Was it
No.
like that GTA
No.
mission?
He had
Mhm.
he had a long gun. He had a super scary assault rifle 15 million that fires 200,000 clipazines per second, and has a sawn off mini nuke under barrel launcher.
So the guy from Fallout apparently, or Gun Jesus, decided to say hello the
No.
and shoot everyone.
No,
Fallout, yeah.
some twig ass, inbred, hillbilly, cocksucking, motherfucking, dread,
Piece of shit.
fucking, unwashed, unbidden fuck knuckle with a single AR.
And
And
a
possibly-
juicy AR at that.
Yeah, and possibly
An
some
AR,
kind of body
15.
armor. And again, we haven't heard that it's a plate carrier, which means that, guess what? An AR, you know, like the 150 fucking cops had in spades, would go straight fucking through it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Holy shit, I expected this kind of bullshit from the British police. Not the goddamn American police.
Well,
Least of all,
and
goddamn
at least,
that.
at least in England, the first cops to arrive wouldn't have had guns.
It's like,
Well, where I
wow.
used to live, a guy down the street from me had got a hold of a gun, and he apparently he'd taken his kids hostage. I think he like cracked at some point. Took his kids hostage and was like running around with this gun, and like even here, the police came and mowed him down on his doorstep. The second he came out and pointed that gun at police, they mowed him down on the doorstep before he could go anywhere.
Yes.
And that's in
You
the UK where most of our cops are not armed.
Oh boy.
At,
Yeah,
le-
and
at
I'm
least in
reading through this
England, they might have
timeline,
had a
and-
fucking excuse. But no, there were at least 4 cops there when he entered the building. 2 of them got shot. No, that's not fucking good enough. I can go find you 100 videos of cops getting shot and finishing the bastard.
Okay, so so they just let this guy kill the children of the parents. They kept the parents back, and
19 children.
I mean,
sir.
wouldn't
19.
it just be safer for these poor, hopeless, chanceless, innocent cops to just, give the gun to a parent, let them just go in and take care of their job.
It's Texas! Half the parents were probably fucking armed anyway.
Yeah.
No, they'd rather tase the parents.
What gets me is if they've engaged this guy in a school hallway, and from the way this building looks laid out, they could have fired down the hall at this guy without any potential for penetrating the reinforced concrete cinder blocks and going into another room. There's no excuse for them not mag dumping on this bastard. There's just no excuse whatsoever. Even if they're taking fire, retreat, mag dump, maybe you'll get lucky, center of mass, without a plate carrier, he's done. And even if he's wearing body armor, they could have at least clipped him, winged him, slowed him down.
They're carrying, presumably, double-stacked semi-auto pistols. That's enough fucking rounds to at least slow... Yes, plus, God knows how many additional rounds. Plus, presumably at least one of them had a long gun in their car. It's fucking Texas.
I mean, just imagine everyone there could have just taken their gun and pulled the trigger in the direction of the guy.
Maybe the parents wanted to. They got arrested by the police for trying to get in.
Arrested by the police and tased, and oh my god, these parents are probably going to try and kill these people.
They're going to sue them out of existence. And
to
answer Callum Dayton's question about what body armor the shooter was using, it's unclear he even had body armor. That's the big problem here. He had some sort of chest rig, and that's all they knew.
It could have
if he had soft body armor, rifle rounds are going to penetrate that.
Well, that's it. Even if because doesn't look like he had a plate carrier, so 5.56 will just go straight through it.
Yep.
And even if it was, and again, it's not a plate carrier, so if you put 17 rounds of 9mm into his fucking chest, you're probably going to put a rib through his heart.
Yeah. Now this is just pure and utter failure of the police training here.
Oh, that is just
cowardice and failure.
Yes, you can wear a vest with no plates for carrying ammo.
Fail this hard, like
in Texas of all fucking places.
Yes, what is this? This is the one place where the lefty police existed? Was this their conclave proving themselves of their ineptitude?
Apparently.
Or is just everybody here a bleeding fucking coward?
Or what feels more fucking likely is this a fucking plot by the deep state to get the right to want to defund the police? And like,
would be preferable if they were pussies.
Give everyone in America a $2,000 tax refund if they promise to use it to buy a gun.
You can buy a really nice gun with that kind of money.
Or if you're feeling cheap, you can buy some kits and you can have several really nice guns. You can get a really decent Glock for $600, and then you can get yourself a kit AR with the rest.
Mm-hmm. With some decent optics, maybe not great, but some decent optics on that rifle. And
well, apparently for $2,000 you can get whatever the fuck the douchebag McFuckknuckle was carrying.
Ah, yes, the Daniel Defense.
Yep.
Daniel Defense?
Yep.
Daniel Defense makes rifles. It's just a company that makes.
I don't quite remember the Daniel Defense thing. What is that again?
It's they make rifles. Brand. It's a rifle brand, a really nice rifle brand.
Sorry. It's good.
Yeah. So here's the Daily Mail again. The police were doing nothing. Uvalde police handcuffed and pepper sprayed parents. Oh, they pepper sprayed them too. Who urged them to storm the school, including the dad of a murdered girl and a mum of two who got free, jumped the fence, and rescued her kids herself. Again, why were there kids in the fucking building when the perimeter was set up? You useless scum-sucking bastards! Or if you...
I thought it's fucking laughable.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah.
This is a thing. This is a real fucking thing, isn't it?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. And it just keeps getting worse. The more the
But
news
the
comes
cops
out,
were
the
there,
worse it is.
they'd established a fucking perimeter, and yet for some reason the kids were still in the pissing school!
Oh boy.
Like, there were 150 of you fuckers. You could have made a human shield to get the kids out behind.
Yeah. And when you know the shooter, even if you think there's a secondary or tertiary shooter in the area, you can still extract kids to a school bus and then take them someplace else or have them run down the street to the mini mart and hold them there with heavy protection.
Well, that's it. I think we've got a diagram of the school in the Daily Mail article, a very rough one.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so they're all separate buildings.
Yeah,
Maybe,
which makes it even worse.
maybe, and again, they've got windows in them. If you can't get them out the door because the gunman might see, smash a window, hoy them out the window. Come on, guys, we've got fucking options. Like, come on, a cop can put a kid under each arm. There's 150 of you fuckers. Move the kids.
Yep. Well, the other
Yeah,
thing
but
is,
the gunman might shoot at us instead of the children.
That's what you signed up for,
Oh,
you
yeah.
fucking pussies.
Oh, lovely.
God damn.
Fuck the Supreme Court's opinion on it. You're there to protect and serve you, whiny little bitches.
My tax dollars should not be going to your pension if you're going to absolutely do nothing.
Yep.
If you're just gonna be a lazy piece of shit, you can just fuck up.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I fucking can't deal with this shit. I'm sorry.
Like, fuck me dead. It does not, like, you... student history's like, you can get an AR on the cheap for $700, or God forbid, High Point for 100-ish, and Armor for 400. Like, if you want cheap guns, the next time some Democrat area of fuckknuckles does a gun buyback, stand outside with $60 instead of the $50 the retard cops inside are going to give him, and you can have, like, 100 guns.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And to answer Callum Dayton's question about purchasing body armor, I mean, it's super easy because a lot of private security companies require their people to buy their own. So yeah, it's super easy. And it shouldn't be regulated any more than anything else.
Indeed.
You can't buy body armor?
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can buy it very, very easily. It's expensive as hell, but that's like anything else worth a damn.
Of course. Well, this was I don't know, mildly disappointing, and if I'm gonna be honest, immensely infuriating.
Right, so how about the other 20 articles?
Oh, this is gonna be a fun one, isn't it?
Yep.
Buckle in.
Buckle your nuts
buckle
up, boy.
buckaroo.
Yeah, here we've got the video of some dipshit wanking fucking cuck. Probably a fucking child molester in his spare time fucking loser. They could have been shot. They could have been killed. Texas Police Lieutenant explains why law enforcement did not go into Uvalde's school right away. Too fucking bad. That's your job.
And, you know, this actually contradicts what the reporting says, where there were already officers in the fucking building. So yeah,
There were officers in the building when they got shot, and then ran away like little bitches.
I did not expect this from the American police.
And
Texas of all
police at
fucking
that.
places.
You know, I could see this in like California, where they're like shitting themselves over not wanting to mispronounce the shooter, but
Yeah.
fucking hey.
Oh lord, this is a thing that happened.
Vice of all fucking places. The police timeline of the Texas school shooting has a lot of holes. Texas law enforcement officials are being strangely opaque about what actually happened during the shooting. Yeah, no shit, because they fucked up.
Mildly said. Very mildly said.
Here's why Vice is talking about, because Greg Abbott said at a press conference that things could have been worse if not for law enforcement's actions. Yeah, I suppose it could have. He could have killed all the kids in that school, then gone to another one. Fucking useless cops.
And yeah, I've heard Abbott's made some comments since then where he feels like he's been lied to by the police by how things went down.
Well, he should start by taking the director and the assistant director of the Department of Public sacks of shit and firing them, preferably out of a cannon.
Into the fucking sun. These
Yes.
guys deserve to go with the pedos, guys. Just fucking
Oh
say it.
yeah.
I do believe that the punishment for desertion in face of the enemy is a hanging.
Execution.
Well, fucking
be
crucify the
appropriate.
bastards.
Oh yeah.
Or better yet,
These guys
how
just
about
don't
a
know
firing
fucking words
squad?
beyond Consideration. Firing squad is too good for them.
Oh, but they might get shot.
Oh yeah.
They won't
Good.
get
Hey,
shot,
I
though.
have a good solution. Hang him until dead.
No, we'll stick them in a firing line. If they're still afraid of being shot, well, fine. Here's your fucking firing squad, you bunch of fucking traitorous cowards. That's what deserters get. So, Steve McCuck, Texas Director of Public Safety, when asked about how much time passed between the gunman arriving at the school, 40 minutes an hour, but I don't want to give you a particular timeline because I'm a fucking slimy scumbag who doesn't want to admit that I'm responsible for these useless bastards. Bottom line, law enforcement was there. Yeah, before the fucking bad guy was. They did engage immediately,
Yeah.
then they ran away. They did contain him in a classroom. Not fucking really! They put a tactical stack together in a very orderly way and breached and saw the individual. Yeah, an hour later...
This guy needs to learn to shut the fuck up and not make it seem worse than it really is.
And here's McCraw lying. A school resource officer had heard the reports about the crashed vehicle, so he confronted him, according to McCraw. The gunman entered the school anyway. The school resource officer followed him right in immediately. At that point, rounds were exchanged. Then officers from the pussy police department arrived. There was more shooting, and the whiny little bitches got paper cuts and ran the fuck away.
Jesus fucking Christ.
This deserves the Brave Sir Robin Award.
Bravely ran away.
Bravely ran away.
Like that dipshit cocksucker at the other school who ran the fuck away when the kids were getting shot to death.
Mm-hmm.
How can you live with yourself after this? I'm wondering about that.
I hope
In prison!
Elementary.
They should all fucking kill themselves.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
If they had the slightest amount of fucking honor.
Doubt it.
But they've got a pension.
Oh yeah, the pension.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Vice is being a bunch of bitches again. While some details from officials remain murky, one takeaway has become very clear. They still believe a good guy with the gun is the solution to ending a mass shooting. Yeah, it is. It's just that the cops aren't the good guys.
Well, it's already been proven that the good guy with the gun is the only thing that fucking works at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
but when
really
an
good guys with
off-duty-
guns.
Yeah. Off-duty officer with a gun, a good guy with a gun goes in and takes care of shit, then yeah, I think it actually proves the point.
Oh wait, so a guy actually went in and shot the dude?
Yeah.
No, apparently the off-duty guy was just friends with the guys who went in there. So the guys who went in were the tag team that had arrived an hour earlier because they were nearby fuck-assing around. And then they spent an hour, I don't know, sucking each other's dicks before they went in and did business.
Hey, I'm not gonna kink shame him too much.
I am.
Chat is talking about how we should use decimation to reform these bosses. I suggest reverse decimation. Kill 9 out of every 10 and replace...
Of course.
and you got to start at the top. You know, the top, lead on site needs to be the one that has to do it, and then have himself done in. I mean, that's just. Oh my god! I just keep going back over the timeline and again and again and again, and it's worse every time.
Yeah.
They're waiting for a damn key from the janitor. I'm sorry, they have tools called Halligans.
They have
This
tools
really
Designed as
convinces me that
breaching tools.
They have tools called battering rams. They have tools called a boot. They have tools called I will fucking beat the door with your fucking head until it opens if I have to.
Yeah.
all this does is convince me that homeschooling's absolutely the way.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So, again, one of the cocksucking loser sacks of fucking piss was like, oh, first acknowledge the brave men and women of law enforcement. Well, we would, but we can't fucking find any. Or alternatively, how do we deal with it? Well, we've got 150 guys with guns in elementary school. If all of them point their guns out at shoulder height and open fire.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
there's no more kids to worry about, so sure. He took care of those.
And if this guy is anything other than a midget, he's going to be standing significantly taller than all the kids in the room.
Well,
Exactly.
probably on the floor anyway.
Yes. Along with their dead schoolmates. Because the cops let the guy in. Goddamn fucking cowards. And of course, at least one additional kid died directly because the cops were a bunch of retards.
Surprising no one.
The boy and 4 others hid under a table that had a tablecloth over it, which may have shielded them from the shooter's view and saved their lives. The boy shared heartbreaking details about what happened in that room. When the cops came, the cop said, "Yell if you need help." And one of the persons in my class said, "Help." The guy overheard, and he came in and shot her. Then the cop barged into that classroom. The guy shot the cop, and the cop started shooting.
At least that cop didn't run away.
No, he's just a fucking idiot.
One brave guy. Oh, God damn it. You know, I still think that teachers should be allowed to go with guns in these cases. Or at least have a room where there's a fucking gun so they can meet the fucking school shooters. Like, hey there, you went.
Well, at this point,
motherfucker."
I'll arm the fucking elementary kids because they need some way of defending themselves. Fucking adults aren't doing it.
Oh, it would make a hell of a school dispute, though. You know, like, meet at noon.
Hey, this ain't downtown Chicago.
I'm talking about good old Western, you know.
This is something I remember talking to some teachers who'd gone through active shooter training drills, and one of the things that was suggested and taught is basically give the kid teach the kids to throw things at somebody entering the door. That way it's at least a distraction if they're trying to escape rather than just purely barricade. But
yeah,
this is just
Pathetic.
oh my god.
Infuriating.
Yeah.
All of that and more.
and again, here's another one from an investigative reporter who is flying a "I'm a loser" flag in his bio.
Oh, lovely.
Well, officials first said a school officer and the gunman exchanged fire. On Wednesday night, they said they could no longer confirm that initial report. How do you fuck that up? Clearly, whoever first said that was lying to save face. Like, go fuck yourself, you bunch of cowards.
Without lube, preferably. We don't want you to enjoy yourselves.
Mm-hmm. It's just skipping through this shit.
If there is a hell, these people deserve to be there.
Here's
Merseyside
Beta.
school shooter.
Here's Beta O'Rourke disrupting Greg Abbott's press conference.
Oh, that piece of shit communist. Fuck him.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Sit down.
You're out of line and an embarrassment.
Sit down and don't play this stuff.
Next shooting is right now, and you are doing nothing.
No, he needs to get his ass out of here. This isn't the place to talk this over.
This is totally predictable.
Yes, Green Branch
Sir,
needs
you're
wood
out of line.
chippers.
Sir, you are out of line. Sir, you are out of line. Please leave this auditorium.
You know, why didn't they just tase him?
I can't believe you're a sick son of a bitch.
The first time he was told to leave and didn't, they should have arrested him. Fucking loser, coward. Oh, and of course, here's Beta O'Rourke. Don't mess with trans kids. That's if he cares about.
Don't worry. Don't worry about the trans kids killing themselves. We got shooters to take care of that for them.
Yep, here's some.
I'm sorry for making jokes, but god damn it, this is just retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's someone saying the
The
man's
black
right. It's not
suppository.
all about Beta. He's a narcissist to try to make this about himself and his political ambitions. And then some absolute fucking cowards like they won't even talk about the gun problem. There is no gun problem. Well, there isn't.
one gun problem.
There's one
gun problem.
Yeah, there's not enough.
People
of
are
them.
not allowed to have guns when they need guns.
Yes. Funny how how mass shootings only seem to happen in gun-free zones. But we won't talk about that, will we? Oh, should we talk about the gun violence rate in California? No? How about Boston? Portland?
How about Detroit?
All I want is some peace of mind.
Well, you're not getting that today.
No.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
what I am gonna get is pain.
Meanwhile, we have the absolute fucking goddamn sucking bastard and fake news losers from the swamp who were saying that an Uvalde family member was offered cash to pose with the governor. Because of course, why wouldn't the left make up a hoax about a bunch of dead kids?
Yeah, because political bullshit, I suppose.
And I will point out that nobody legally using a gun has ever murdered anyone. I'm waiting for that statement to click in Bleach's head. By definition, no one legally using a gun has ever committed murder.
It's true. It's so true. Oh, God. Keith fucking Oberdork. God, that bastard.
Yep. Because, of course, the idiots the nightmare continues. The DOJ needs to prosecute the office of Texas governor. Yeah, well done, you idiots. You've fallen for hoaxes. What's that? You didn't bother to investigate. Oh, your fact checkers are useless because they only make shit up when it suits them. Yeah, that's what I thought.
You know, I just want to jump back on old Delta O'Rourke there. He wrote some fiction piece back in like the 80s or 90s where he fantasized about killing kids.
Yeah, I got that.
This is the last bastard that should be talking about this.
Yeah,
there we go.
We've actually got the fiction piece. I'm just trying to find the article to go with it. Because I did have that, but apparently it's wandered away.
I got the song Life Could Be Dream in my head right now.
Where did you pop that, Bleach?
Let's see.
I can't. Where is that article? Got so much shit open.
Let's see. Just reading a bit of this. It's during these dreams and visions, I concocted a notion. It started as small at first, but after every dream, it grew stronger till the urge became too great. No longer could I feel the strong desire in my mind suppressed. Yada yada yada. Where's that line? Here we go. Feeling pervaded everything the first few months after realizing my goal. I had done nothing. Then one day, as I was driving home, I noticed 2 children crossing the street. They were happy to be free of their troubles. I knew, however, that this happiness and sense of freedom was too overwhelming for them. And yada yada yada. As I neared the young ones, I put all of my weight on the right foot, keeping the accelerator pedal on the floor until I heard the crash of 2 children on the hood and a sharp cry, blah, blah, blah.
What?
This is the mind of that bastard who's like, oh, well, we've got to do something about it. Like, no, you're dreaming about murdering children. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
And for the records, Politico says this is true. Politico confirms that story was written by that goddamn fucking coward. The fucking groomer rolling around in the blood of dead children.
This man is building his political career on the bodies of innocent children.
Yes. And of course he's a fucking groomer. It's a goddamn sack of shit. God.
Yeah, to chat, whenever somebody talks about Beto O'Rourke, send them this stuff, because if this man gets any sorts of power, he's going to be absolutely corrupt, that bucktooth piece of shit cunt.
Yep. And Texas of all fucking places. Oh, why do people in Texas need ARs? Because it's next to Mexico, you retards! And I'm not talking about the illegal immigrants. I'm talking about the armed cartels who might just decide to come across the border for a little bit of fun and murder.
Yeah, it's not like it's ever happened before. It's not like they've beheaded people just for shits and giggles.
In Texas. Yeah, and of course, AOC is rolling around in the blood of dead children.
Surprising, shocking no one.
Yep, claims that white supremacy is to blame for domestic terrorism.
Of course.
Wait, white supremacy.
A man named Salvador Ramos.
Yeah, who was living in a Mexican community, who was bullied by Mexican kids in a Mexican community, and then shot up a bunch of children after shooting his grandmother, who was presumably Hispanic because, his grandmother, but it's white people's fault.
Obviously.
Young women are not doing this. Young non-binary people are not doing this. Trans people are not doing this. This is an issue that we have, and young men are being radicalized right now.
And it's people like her that are radicalizing them. That's the can of worms we will have to go down at some point.
Well, of course, young non-binary and trans people aren't doing this. They killed themselves before they can get a gun. God, she's a sack of shit.
You should just go back to bartending. And, the thing I really hate about these images is with that ring thing in the back, so she looks like she's got some saintly opinion on any of this.
Yeah.
Oh, but she's an angel, don't you
But,
know?
yeah, just once. It's men, and men are in charge of social media.
Ever let good tragedy go to waste?
No.
That's left to a fucking T.
Where are you from, AOC? Aren't you a rep for California? Can you tell me more about who's committing the gun violence in California, you silly bitch?
Well, New York City, but same damn thing. Actually worse, they have terrible accents.
Oh, New York, it doesn't New York. I think New York's actually got worse gun violence than all of California.
I think so, yes. And if not,
why you need Spider-Man?
I don't suppose, so we need to show the left the right way to do white supremacy. What, you mean, dress appropriately, have a shower, and show up on time?
Yes. Be responsible.
How dare
take
you?
care of friends and family and your community.
Yep, and love your wife, love your kids. Not molest them.
It's such evil. Such evil.
And then we've got Barack Obama. who's also rolling in the blood of dead children. As we grieve the children of Uvalde today, we should take time to recognise that 2 years have passed since George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose while being arrested for being a shitbag. His killing stays with us all to this day, especially those who loved him. Who loved him? Was that the pregnant woman who he stuck a gun in the stomach of? Would that be all the people that he harassed while high on drugs?
But hey, let's recognize one thing to celebrate. St. George has been clean for 2 years. And no crimes either.
I am proud of him.
Obama's an embarrassment.
Guys, we gotta stick up for our brother, George Floyd. He has to do with drugs.
Yeah.
And this is not who we are.
Yeah, and then the only woman, the only alleged woman who makes AOC look sane, Hillary Clinton, pops out of nowhere to blame the guns.
Ah, yes, the guns.
Yes,
The most evil thing, a gun.
Also, I'm pretty sure Australia has far more guns than that.
Mm-hmm.
That darn gun.
I
You just hate it when the guns wander off by themselves and
just
stuff.
stab people.
I hate when that
It
happens.
happens quite often, though. I mean, just the other day, one of my chef knives just decided to be like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna go around and try and murder this innocent guest, and I had to be like, no, knife, it is not worth it. Do not do
Knife,
it.
no, stop it!
And knives.
I nearly lost control of my knife there.
Yeah, I mean, the whole sentient knives thing, it's really a disturbing trend. We need common sense knife control now.
Yes.
I mean, we've had sentient weaponry since the ages of mythology. You know, the blade of Frey, it could actually cut by itself.
Yeah, so then, of course, Callum pops out, it's like, why you only post white and Asian nations? Well, intentional homicides per 100,000 population. Ooh, let's look at the list. El Salvador, Honduras, Venezuela, US Virgin Islands, Jamaica, Lesotho, Belize, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts and Nevis, South Africa, Trinidad and Tobago, Brazil, Bahamas, Anguilla, Guatemala, Colombia, Montserrat, Central African Republic, St. Lucia, Mexico, Curacao, Tuvalu, Puerto Rico, Guyana, Swaziland, Philippines, Russia, Nigeria, Congo, Ethiopia, Tanzania, United States finally fucking shows up.
Funny name.
It's not even in the top, it's barely even in the top fucking 20. Actually, I don't even know if it is in the top 20. But no, it's the guns. It's certainly not the attitude of the people. Meanwhile, Tim Pool, who alternates between being a fucking loser and a libertarian's like, I'm going to buy more guns today. Some idiot, who I'm ashamed to share a country with, says, I'm an Australian and would just like to ask, why do you need guns? And the answer from someone else
Amendment.
is so we don't get locked in cancer having a virus with a 99.9% survival rate. And I'll get to why Australians need guns later.
It exists, therefore you need it. That's the only answer.
Yes.
It's the American answer.
I want it,
Yes.
therefore the government should fuck off.
Exactly.
I mean, you literally have the First Amendment being like, guns, yes.
Second.
The
Ah,
First
yeah,
Amendment
but first
is...
was you're allowed to say what you want, but
No,
it's just as important.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of George Floyd, what was the price of fuel when he was overdosing to death?
Was it like a
Buck-
$1.50 or something like that?
$1.89 a gallon. I'm pretty sure
The
that
good
my
old
fuel's
days.
more than that per litre.
pretty bad
Currently,
right now.
here in the States, it's like about $4.60 per gallon on national average for
Yeah.
regular. So.
Callum Dayton makes a really good point. Australia's right next to China, you fucking dumb broad. Yes, that's a really fucking good point. Our military's not large enough to protect us against China. The only reason China hasn't walked all over us yet is because we've got America in our back pocket.
Yep.
Ah, god fucking damn leftists. So we've got a few more on this. Then we'll go back to look at what the latest is. We're talking about how it's the culture. Then we'll look at why gun control is bullshit later.
Appropriating culture. Ooh.
Yeah, so again, Daily Mail, Texas cops revealed there was no armed guard on campus when gunman walked through unlocked door with his rifle. First officers on scene retreated when he opened fire on them, then waited an hour for SWAT because they're all pussies. Meanwhile, again, I think we might have looked at this one before. Not only do cops with long guns have their tasers out ready to stop parents from saving their own children, the cops have one parent pinned to the ground. Yeah, because they're goddamn pussies. Now then, I want to talk about something I've seen come up in the Discords, and why the people making those points are wrong. Because they're saying, there's no expectation for the first cop on scene to run in after him. Yes, there fucking is. We made that decision in the fucking 90s. It's called fucking Columbine. How Columbine changed the way police respond to mass shootings. This is from February 16, 2018. So this is pre-current events. Right, so they rush straight to the gunfire. There you go, that's the answer. How Columbine changed the way police respond. They rush straight to the gunfire. That's how the April 1999 massacre at Columbine High School shaped the way law enforcement respond to active shooter incidents such as Wednesday, blah, 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 blah. It changed everything, I remember, of the Federal Bureau of Idiots, I said. Prior to Columbine, no one understood what the term active shooter meant. Yeah, because they're dumb fucks. And nearly...
Yep.
So, an exhaustive...
Again, this is one... It gets back to what we've been discussing earlier, when you have someone who's ill-trained, but going around just killing people at random, versus someone who's trained to engage a suspect, goes in aggressive and hard. You're going to be able to buy just enough time to probably get rounds on target and at least get the shooter to disengage.
Well, the vast majority of active shooters kill themselves when confronted by the police because they don't want to go to prison. They just want to have their name in the news.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why the first cop there goes in and needs to continue engaging. You want the guy to off himself. Like, you put a round in him, and then he's going to stop. Chances are, if you put... Like, quite often, they kill themselves as soon as a police car shows up. If they don't do that, as soon as a cop is close enough to stop them, they stop. Alternatively, if a cop wings them, they stop. And of course, if a cop actually fucking kills them, they stop anyway. What they don't do is stop if the police take an hour to show up. So
the moment they get breathing room, it's like, okay, I can do whatever I want because I'm in control of the situation.
Yes, you need to put that pressure on them.
That facade of control is what these people are after, as well as the fame.
Yep. And again, this whole thing isn't like other school shootings. This wasn't a pre-planned school shooting. This was an opportunistic school shooting. It's nothing like the others. He crashed the car that he apparently stole nearby, and then just when the cop then went into the school. If he hadn't crashed the car, or if something else had happened differently that day, it's not like the Columbine guys who planned that shit for months.
Mm-hmm.
So yes.
Yeah, because you have to suspect these opportunistic shooters. They don't know the layouts of these buildings.
No.
So the police have a distinct advantage in that they should be going in and training and clearing these schools just as a matter of course. Once a year, just so they're familiar enough with it.
Or maybe the school resource officer, who should be fucking there anyway and spends all day there, maybe he should put a couple of rounds in the face of this scum-sucking bastard.
Oh, but he might get shot.
Too fucking bad. He should get shot, because if he doesn't get shot, we'll put him in front of a firing squad for cowardice.
Would that be something?
So, an exhaustive FBI review of the police response at Columbine led to a more rapid response strategy. The stark and important lessons learned from the Columbine response, which was widely criticized. Before the Colorado shooting, assigning officers would set up a secure perimeter around the crime scene before even thinking about moving on the suspect. You know, like they just did in Texas.
Right, because that was the default for hostage situations, which is
Not anything like an active shooter situation.
And now that paradigm's changed, but no, not in Uvalde.
Yep. So nowadays, what we do is go to the sound of the guns. Get one, two, three, four people together. Now, I know the cops in Texas are fucking idiots and can't count to 4, but they should be able to count to 1. That's you, you fucking coward. Then you go in, you're trained, you use particular formations. A heterogeneous group of first responders that could include local, state, and federal agencies. That's right. The first guys go in and kill the fucker. You're going to the sound of the guns, he said. The number one goal is to interdict the shooter or shooters. In the old days, you took land, you went in, you cleared the room. Then you slowly and methodically moved to clear the next room. In this instance, get to the shooter as quickly as possible. Get to the shooter, neutralize the threat.
Not an hour later, after he's killed most of the class.
Jesus fucking Christ. Can you say disappointment?
And here's some statistics. More than half of mass shooting incidents are still in progress when officers arrive on the scene, with 75% requiring law enforcement to confront the shooter before the threat ends. A study of 35 active shooter incidents during 2012 found that 37% ended in less than 5 minutes and 62% in less than 15 minutes. So what the fuck were the cops doing for an hour?
Fucking themselves in the ass, probably.
They were making sure they checked all the pronouns, just to make sure, and then they decided, well, it's a male, so we can go in.
Yeah. So the lessons learned from Columbine led the US Justice Department and other federal agencies to partially fund an active shooter program. The training, which was developed by the San Marcos and Texas Police Department and Hayes County, Texas Sheriff's Department, and adopted by Texas State University, includes a 16-hour course that prepares first responders to isolate, distract, and end the threat. None of this, oh, it's not protocol to go in. No, or none of this, they're not supposed to go in. It's their fucking goddamn jobs. You go in, you kill the bastard, you save the kids.
It's not our job to protect you. Okay, so it's just your job to get in the way? Like, what is your job then?
Well, that's it. The Supreme Court needs to unfuck that decision, because if the police have no responsibility to protect you, we don't need them. If the left wants this well-regulated militia shit, cool. Every fucking community can have a militia. And guess what? It'll replace the fucking cops. That should make the leftists happy too.
Nice.
And then, of course, Joe Biden is going to act on gun laws, because somehow you can ban AR-15s without banning every fucking rifle in existence.
Yeah, unless you go back to, you can only own a muzzle-loading black powder rifle.
Well,
no, that's just not going to cut it.
No, because if the criminals can steal, manufacture, or smuggle in select fire assault rifles, I should be allowed to have one, because fuck the criminals. I demand force superiority to criminals.
And anybody who's ever fired an automatic will tell you, you just hear money just wafting away. So, yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous.
What about
I mean, is there anything else? It's insanity.
I'm sure Ben's got more black bills, Chris.
I'm not finished with this black pill.
Oh, great. My favorite.
And we want to talk about... These idiots don't want to talk about assault rifles. Okay, how about a semi-automatic rifle used by the military? Well done, you idiots. That's the M1 Garand. But they don't talk about that because it's wood. Oh, what about select fire weapons? Okay, well done. That's the Mini 14, you fuckwits. It's been around since the 50s.
And just to kind of go on a semi-automatic rifle rant, those were being developed during the First World War. The French, the Fedorov rifle in Russia.
They had machine guns before they had fucking semi-auto rifles, for fuck's sake.
Exactly.
Like, I think it was like the MG something or other. The Germans had real machine guns in
MG08.
Yeah, the MG08 in World War fucking cocking 1.
Yep. The Vickers, 303 for the British and Commonwealth. Russians had a Maxim derivative. The French had their Hotchkiss. Can't remember what the Italians used, but yeah. And the Belgians had theirs. That they had light machine guns like the Madsen. All of this stuff exists for a very, very long time.
Yeah, and even then, it's like, if you can't have semi-auto rifles, okay, cool. I'm in Australia and I can go get a lever action rifle with a fucking 10-round magazine. Like, you can't think that these laws are going to stop anyone. No, I'm going to get you can get a lever action or bolt action or cocking pissing pump action if you're a faggot rifle with a 10-round magazine built into the pissing thing, and then you can climb a pissing clock tower. Yeah, why not? A clock tower, barricade the fucking door, and kill a shitload of people with a pissing bolt action. Because that's kind of what guns are for, you retards.
This rant has been sponsored by Basic, Sultans of
And
Shadilay.
let's talk about what the First Amendment intends. First Amendment didn't intend for you to futuristic semi-auto rifles. No, the First Amendment intended for military weapons, you idiots. The First Amendment, as written, as viewed by the Founding Fathers, covers machine guns. Why? Because you can't fight against a tyrannical pissing government if you can't outgun them. Well, you can. Iraq and Afghanistan prove that. But there have been civilian-owned cannons in America for 400 years.
Well, that's the thing. The original American Navy, I won't call it the U.S. Navy, back at that period were all merchant ships that were heavily armed until they could start buying their own naval vessels after the American Revolution. So, yeah, this talk of, you shouldn't have, military-grade firearms. No, it was that was what it was.
That's literally the point of it. Like, you can't have this, that, the other. You idiots don't realize that black powder guns aren't firearms by American law. You can go out and buy a black powder revolver without a background check because it's not a firearm. Like that fucking meme about getting your smoothbore pistol, your musket with your bayonet and your cannon at the top of the fucking stairs. That's legal.
That would be the best use of money ever.
Like, you could, dead set, do the meme against home invaders and it would be 110% fucking legal. Because the Constitution goddamn gives you the right to mount a cannon in your hallway, and if some cunt kicks the door in, you pull the fucking firing lever and the cannon wipes the cunt and the neighbor out.
You're just responsible for any collateral damage.
Yeah. And you want to talk about collateral damage? That bayonet on the end of your fucking musket, that's legal too. You can run the bastard through. Deadly force is deadly force.
Deadly force is okay force if the situation calls for it.
And the other argument is I'll hear people say, machine guns are illegal in the United States. It's like, no, you can buy operable tanks, anti-aircraft weapons, all this, if you pay the tax stamp and you go through a federal background check. Because you know what? You can fucking own it if you can feed it, more power to you.
Yeah.
Fucking oath.
Yep. Yeah, no, I just
So yeah.
and,
Anyway,
all this ghost gun bullshit because American citizens can build their own firearms, and if they don't sell them, all they have to do is note who made it essentially.
and if they do sell
it
them,
really does
all
feel
they
bad,
need to
doesn't it?
do, all they need to do to sell a ghost gun is go find a fucking firearms dealer with the appropriate pieces of paper and get a fucking serial number stamped in the cart.
Mhm.
Chat likes lever actions, Martini Henry in particular. Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm quite a fan of lever action
beautiful to look
rifles. They're
at.
nice fun.
Yeah.
They're just you just got to keep your finger out the fucking trigger when you're racking them, otherwise you shoot the floor.
If you're shooting the floor when you're racking a lever action, you're using the lever action wrong.
My mum did it when we went down to
yes.
a range. Not only that, but we gave her a long shotgun, and she was trailing it by her toes because she couldn't lift the whole weight of it. That was amazing.
Well, one of the advantages of a lever action over a pump action is because it's your firing hand that works the action, your support hand doesn't need to do shit, so you can actually keep your sight picture. Also, and
firing hand.
another thing about lever actions and pump actions as well, depending on the type, is you can have a loading gate. You don't need to eject the magazine. You can kill a shitload of people with no magazines. You don't even need magazines. And again, up in your clock tower with your barricaded door, they can't fucking stop you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I personally like the elegance of a bolt action a little bit more myself, but personal choice.
Bolt action rifles are for losers. Not bolt action, pump action too. I don't mind a bolt action for super long distance, but pump actions are for shotguns and lever actions for rifles. Because if you want to have a rifle, it might as well be a sexy Wild West one, so you can do your cowboy shooting.
I mean, I've got both, but the accuracy with the bolt is significantly higher.
Yes. What do we got? Chat is forming a well-organized militia with muskets, apparently.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yep, Callum
Let's see,
Dayton's like, volley by rank, front rank, fire!
Yeah. And let's see, Prime Knight, he likes the Remington New Army model stuff from Red Dead 2. And he likes the Schofield. I actually prefer the 1858 Star Revolver, which rarer one, but it was actually considered a self-cocking, so kind of a premature double-action revolver. So that was fun.
Yeah. Prime Knight also likes slamfire shotguns with Dragon Breath for home defense. Yes, that's called a Spaz 12 because you can use it. That fucker works in both semi-auto and pump.
And Ardent Party likes the Lamat. Yeah, but that shotgun feature just never really was as useful. As you have to cap that separately, and that's a pain in the butt to actually get the cap on the nipple. So
Yeah.
Student history's advocating the PPSH 41, but the 43 doesn't even have to have the wooden parts, and a little simpler.
I'm still partial to anything used in World War II. It doesn't matter who used it. I just want it in my collection.
Oh, except for those evil bolt-action rifles, apparently.
Well, it's like this assault rifle bullshit. Like, Australia's got this dumb shit. You can't have any military-style rifle unless it's a bolt action that was actively used by the Australian Army in World War II and still has the blood of the last German it beat to death on it. Because you can't have military-style weapons unless it is an actual World War II Army surplus Mark III 303. Because, God forbid, the laws be consistent or make sense. Meanwhile, in California...
a true assault rifle is acceptable, but modern sporting rifles are not. Gotcha.
Modern sporting rifles are not acceptable. However, actual guns used by the military, they're fine. Meanwhile, in California, just 2 days after the devastating murder of 19 children in Texas, the California State Senate passed SB 1273, which would remove the requirement for schools to notify law enforcement when a student makes a threat against the school.
What the? Sure, okay, whatever. They're Californians. I don't care.
Let's have a look at the bill.
Whatever.
So, yep. It's real. It was introduced in the Senate and passed the Senate. Existing law provides that any person who willfully disturbs any public school or any public school meeting is guilty of a misdemeanor and subject to a fine. This bill would exempt pupils who are currently enrolled in the school from that provision. Under existing law, whenever any employee of a school district or county superintendent is attacked, assaulted, or physically threatened by any pupil, the employee and any person who blah 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 blah, the employee is employed who has knowledge of the incident required to promptly report the incident. Failure to make this report as an infraction punishable by a fine. Bill would repeal those provisions.
So what kind of damage is Biden gonna do with this then? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, but wait, it gets dumber. The Federal Gun-Free Schools Act, because that works, prohibits the local educational agency from receiving certain federal funds unless the local educational agency has a policy requiring referral to the criminal justice or juvenile delinquency system of any student who brings a firearm or weapon to a school served by the local educational agency. Existing state law requires the principal of a school or the principal's designee to notify the appropriate law enforcement authorities of the county or city in which the school is situated of certain acts committed by a pupil that may be unlawful, including, among others, the selling and possession of narcotics or other designated controlled or regulated substances and acts of assault. The bill would delete the acts referenced above from the category of acts for which the principal designee is required to notify the appropriate law enforcement authorities. And we will... Because why actually do something that would protect kids?
Because they can't do abortions anymore, so I guess you gotta do it after they've been born.
Yep.
Yeah.
This was just a massive post-birth abortion.
Yeah. Speaking of post-birth abortions, Meghan Markle decided that she'd get her photo opportunity in and showed up at the fucking memorials. Because of course the whore did.
But how could she make it about racism?
Well, she was too busy making it about herself. Because she had to be seen there.
That's true.
I wonder how long she posed for that photo.
Lots, I'm sure. Let's have a look.
Like, guys, did you get me in the picture? Did you make sure you got me in the picture?
Is it my good angle?
Yep, she walks in.
One with AOC where she's like, yeah. Is this one with AOC where she's posing?
No.
No, this is Meghan Markle. Pay attention.
Yeah, no, but it's with the one where AOC is yelling at a fence.
No, it's on that level, but yeah, it's like...
Yeah, that's what I wondered. Is it on the same level?
Yeah, she was crying at the fence, wasn't she?
At least Meghan Markle made sure to go to the right fucking place. So there you go, she's smarter than AOC.
That doesn't take much. So instead of one brain cell, she has two to rub together.
She has a whole two, yeah. Fucking stupid whore.
The thing is, I don't actually think Meghan Markle's that stupid. She's manipulative. She's conniving. I don't think she's stupid.
She's definitely an evil bitch.
Manipulative.
Like I don't think she's stupid at all.
Oh,
if
she's
she
definitely a
cunt. She
cunt.
wouldn't be banking on the leftist bullshit.
No, she's power hungry and clever. I'll give her that.
Yeah, Callum Dayton says, Meghan Markle arrives unasked to pay her respects. Why then are there so many good foes and angles of her in this article paying respects then? Thing stinks of Welsh mine accent rip-off attempt.
Yeah.
Because she's a manipulative cunt. And of course, she laid a bouquet of white roses at an impromptu memorial. And accompanying her was her bodyguard.
Hey.
But not her husband.
Hold on. Was her bodyguard armed? That's what I want to know. Was a bodyguard armed? Why did she need an unarmed bodyguard if she did?
God only knows.
God
I
damn.
love that bottom one, the bottom bullet point there, where they're talking about what she was fucking wearing. It's like, I don't care. It's not a fashion show. It's not a fucking catwalk.
Yeah, look at all these fucking photos. Perfectly framed.
She was sporting. No, shut the fuck up.
Why was she even there? Well,
She has no ties to Texas.
apparently she lives in Montecito, apparently. Where the fuck is Montecito? In
Well,
California!
Coast in California.
On the
Sure,
other
Iowa,
goddamn
president,
side
doesn't
of the...
she?
She does. She wants to be the first black female president. She's got it. Meanwhile, Montecito...
She does.
Montecito, on the other cocking side of the fucking country.
Never let tragedy go to waste, huh?
Yeah, so she had to come all the way through Los Angeles, past San Diego, across the state border. Did her bodyguard carry a gun across state lines?
Ooh.
Into fucking Texas, so that she could show up and be seen to be a virtue signaling hoe bag.
Yes, that is exactly it.
Of course.
UCB I-1, it's like, yep. He forgot Gold Digger. Absolutely.
There we go.
Yeah.
The Royal Gold.
She was on a tour of mercy. According to BuzzFeed News, she was also swung by a community center hosting a blood drive and dropped off bags of food. Why? Why the fuck was she there?
Why is she doing this?
And of course she made sure to... She made sure to get her fucking photo taken with the volunteers. No, not there for the photo opportunities, so I'm just going to pose for a pissing picture.
The
You know,
look
this
on that
reminds
woman's
me-
face in the front is like, really? You're here, you stupid bitch?
Yeah.
This
You're bringing me
reminds me-
Fritos?
Who the fuck took that photo, and why was she posing for it?
See, this reminds me of there was a video resurfaced of Amber Heard where she's at some like children's hospital where they've just like done something with this baby and they're taking the baby back to the relieved, like grateful parents, and the nurses have got the baby bundled up, and she comes in with her press crew and whatnot, takes the baby, and the nurse is like trying to like take the baby back because this is their proud fucking moment where they've just helped this kid. Takes the kid, cameras on her, smiles for all the cameras, walks back like making sure her face is in there, like gives the baby to the parents, and then she's like kind of like posing and whatnot. It's like, this had nothing to do with you. Like, you had nothing to do with any of this other than coming in the last minute and trying to grab all the credit. It was disgusting.
You know
And
what
this
is telling
stinks
me?
of that.
You know what you're telling me right now, Disco? That Markle has shit the bed somewhere.
Yeah. So even people on the BBC article like, what the fuck were the cops playing at?
Wouldn't everybody like to know?
Yeah. And of course, yeah, so following what BBC, they're like, eyewitness accounts say police refused to enter while gunmen rampaged. Yeah, he was actively shooting the police for dick-assing around. Meanwhile, the Texas police changed key details as criticism mounts because they've been caught out lying.
Oh, we've been caught out lying, so let's lie some more. That'll help.
Yeah.
Change key
Lies
details.
are good. We must continue lying.
Yeah, so someone else says, like, well, you've already school shooter fired outside school for 12 minutes before entering. Local residents expressed anger and frustration as police detail a new timeline of their fucking incompetence that got a bunch of kids killed.
Unreal.
And here's The Simpsons. I thought you said the law was powerless. Powerless to help. Oh, and the school's 3 minutes away from the police department.
Oh my.
Nice.
Literally a mile away. 4-minute drive. Except it's a lot less if your sign's on and your lights are flashing.
Well, you know,
I
you
mean,
gotta
they
stop
got
off
there
and
in
get
good
coffee.
time. They got there in good time.
Yeah, they just did
refused to
nothing
do
once they
anything
were
once
there.
They got there.
So they did have their job.
Well,
Yeah, the wrong half.
if the half of their job was to just prevent the parents from helping, sure.
Yep.
Well, they did have their job by appearing. They didn't do the
I
rest
think
by,
half those parents
stopping
would
the
probably
killer.
prefer if they hadn't showed up at all, so that they could have just helped their own kids.
Well, that's it. It's not like the police
Details,
being there did
details.
anything for an hour. Like, fuck me dead, the parents probably would have rushed the guy until he ran out of ammo.
Yeah.
So, let's see, who was the school shooter? Shitbag McForeigner. Yep, more cops in heavy body armor. And we're going to scroll past his name because the bastard doesn't deserve any publicity.
Nope. But clearly he's got a very white name.
Yep, and he's very, very white and totally looks like he's of European origin.
What kind of freak is that? Looks like a plastic
That's
person.
like a psychopath, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, plastic person.
I'm very interested to know what that photo's from. Is it from a previous time he was arrested?
Previous time arrested.
Looks like a mugshot, yeah.
It looks,
Yeah,
it looks
it
a
really
lot
does.
like a mugshot. Unless it was some formal ID photo, it looks a lot like a mugshot.
I didn't think he had a driver's license though. Thought that was one of the details that had popped up.
No, apparently he didn't. But he might have had a school ID from his high school or something.
That's what I'm wondering. Or like a yearbook picture or something like that.
Just okay, so that article's completely fucking useless and tells us nothing. Thanks, son, you bastards. Yeah, so the Uvalde school shooting suspect was a loner. There's the problem. Who brought 2 assault rifles for his 18th birthday? Again,
Okay,
where do you get the money?
I want to point one thing out that's been driving me nuts.
They're not assault
That
rifles?
Foregrip. The foregrip.
Oh yeah,
on
what the
that
fuck's it
Daniel
doing
defense,
out
it's
there?
like, what does he have? Like fucking gorilla arms?
Must do. That's way too far away. like you'd have you couldn't get it. You couldn't even reach that from a proper shooting stance.
No.
Monkey man, just monkey thing.
Yeah. So he brought the 2 assault rifles on his 18th birthday after passing a federal background check. Oops.
Yep.
They say he had a
Details.
tactical vest. Well, that's an astoundingly unhelpful fucking word. What does tactical vest mean? Presumably it's just some kind of fucking webbing. So it might not even be body armor of any kind at all.
No, it's basically something that he can put magazines in and carry, so it's for easy access, which is what the military uses, tactical vests and police. And yeah, so it's like...
So he had pockets then?
Yeah, basically.
Basically, he had army
Really
pockets.
big and scary pockets, apparently.
Yeah. So, an examination of his background reveals a bullied loner with no criminal history, and like so many other mass shooters in America, interested in access to high-powered firearms and ammunition and a political system that prioritizes gun rights. Shut up, CNN, you bunch of fucking cowards. Okay, so bullied loner. Cool, so we found the problem. It's bullying, because guess what? Zero tolerance is useless and counterproductive.
Why are you bullying me?
I mean, it's a good fucking question. So, yep, so the purchases were made for his 18th birthday. First thing he did when he turned 18. It's almost like he was planning crime. And guess what? He legally purchased them at a local federal firearms licensee. Oh, it's almost as if it was legal for him to do it. And they whined, he had no problem accessing weapons. So the first thing he did was shot his grandmother.
What?
Yeah, because
Yep.
he's a
Yeah, he
shitbag.
shot his granny first.
Yep. Then he ran away and and crashed just outside the school. So that's why he shot up the school. It was an opportunistic attack. He knew he was going to jail, so he wanted something to get his name up in the lights across the world. Because if he just shot and wounded his grandma, we wouldn't have fucking heard about it in Australia and America. Never would have touched the news. But no, This bullied, pathetic loser wanted his name up in fucking lights.
To be honest.
No, maybe not. Huh, the door had just been propped open by a teacher about a minute before his truck crashed near the school.
Is this the woman went out to get her cell phone out of her car story?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. So, I knew two men at a nearby funeral home heard the truck crash, went to see what happened, but when they saw a man with a gun get out of the truck, they ran. He then fired at them, but did not hit either man. Video inside the school shows a teacher grab her phone, and she apparently calls 911. The teacher tells dispatchers there was a crash outside and a man with a gun. He then walked towards the school and began shooting at the building while officers arrived at the funeral home. The patrol car then sped toward the school, but drove right past the shooter who was hunkered down between cars in the parking lot. At 11:33 a.m. local time, he entered the school through the propped open door and began shooting into the first classroom. He shot more than 100 rounds based on the audio evidence at that time. In total, hundreds of shots were fired in just 4 minutes. He then barricaded himself in a classroom and in an adjoining classroom. All of the 19 children and 2 teachers killed were in those rooms. A total of 7 cowards were on scene within minutes, including 6 cowards from Uvalde police and a coward from the county's deputy and a county deputy coward. 2 of the officers received grazing wounds from the suspect. Eventually, a total of 19 officers were on scene. They then proceeded to do fucking nothing. The initial group of cowards that were on the scene at that point, they were at a disappointed disadvantage because the shooter was able to barricade himself inside that classroom. There was not sufficient manpower at that time, and their primary focus was being cowards and running away. So they started breaking windows around the school and trying to...
Sufficient manpower.
Yep. And trying to rescue, evacuate children and teachers while that was going on. Then why the fuck were there still kids in the school when all these fucking people showed up and pulled them out the windows?
A 19-1 advantage on a guy where they could have at least tried to get clear shots.
Not enough manpower.
They must
Clearly.
They must have had plate carriers and long arms in at least one of these fucking vehicles.
Well, I mean, the standard typical is for them to wear at least some sort of soft body armor. So, while not effective against rifle rounds, yeah, they had something. So, and I'm sure in the back of most of the patrol. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and guess what? Do you know what also stops bullets? 2 adult men standing between the gun and the kids.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, student of history, you are correct. Yeah, about 6 small clearing teams.
Yep. Nearly an hour later...
Military operations don't roll in with that many for a single building.
Yeah. Nearly an hour later, a specialized team of cowards entered the classroom using keys obtained from the janitor and fatally shot the suspect. 1 coward was shot and had a non-life-threatening injury. Dipshit McCraw explained the delay in entering by saying the officers on scene had switched from active shooter mode to trying to address someone who had barricaded himself in the classroom and had been trying to entice officers to enter. Well, they should have fucking gone in then. So he then finally admits the truth and says, from the benefit of hindsight, of course it was not the right decision. No shit! We figured that out in 1999, you idiot!
And,
in hindsight, we probably should have prevented the children getting shot.
No shit.
And there's these little devices called flashbangs that most police departments have.
And specialized tactical teams definitely have.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like, I don't know, they could have breached the room as soon as they got on site. And, I can give them maybe a 15 to 20 minute grace period, but that's just an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, this might be a bit out there, but why not just have some kind of pacifying agent?
They tried that and accidentally killed a bunch of hostages back in the 80s or 90s.
Yeah, and
pro tip:
in Russia too.
Don't gas people with fentanyl. It doesn't work out well.
Unless you're George Floyd, you can handle a lot because you have a...
You eat it for breakfast.
It made him immoral.
Yep, the only man to die that year, and it wasn't with COVID, but not from COVID. So a former classmate of gunman Shitbag said that Shitbag would get severely bullied and made fun of a lot. and was torn by others for the closing war in his family's financial situation. People would like actually call him school shooter and stuff like that. Jesus, I can't imagine why mentally disturbed loser who was probably suffering from assorted mental disorders to start with, because, you know, being poor does that to you, and then got bullied. I can't imagine why he was upset.
Nope, unable to comprehend.
Student of History asks, is that a reference to the Spetsnaz hostage rescue file? Yes, it is. The suspect had stopped attending school regularly and they communicated less. Recently, the suspect sent the classmate a picture of an AR-15, a backpack with rounds of ammunition, and several gun magazines. And he was like, bro, why do you have this? He was like, don't worry about it. He proceeded to text me, I look very different now, you won't recognize me. And they then did nothing.
Yeah.
According to one former friend and a video obtained by CNN, the shooter had a history of physically fighting with others. He would always get in fights in school. Gee, if only he'd been, I don't know, reported to police and arrested for assault. Because, you know, maybe he should have had a record so he couldn't get a gun.
This guy sounds like he should have had a restraining order put on him at some point, which would have flagged him immediately on a NICS check, which is the background check.
Yeah. And of course, he made warnings on social media messages. And then people did nothing about it.
This is going to be one of those cases where people didn't want to do
there we go.
Because
there were other text messages, however, that alarmed the 15-year-old girl in Germany that he was, I don't know, traumatizing on the internet, said that he told her that he threw dead cats at people's houses. Maybe if someone kills an animal as a child, maybe that should prohibit them from getting a gun until they've been cleared.
I'm gonna have to wonder, like, if this is a case of minority, therefore we didn't do anything because we didn't want to be called racist.
But in that
it probably is.
It's 80% Hispanic. If stats I looked up are still correct.
Yeah, that's a Hispanic community. But the feds might have done nothing because he's a Hispanic.
Yeah, but the local police would have been like, see, one of us. At least that's what they should have fucking done.
Yep. Then they talk about how there was the transgender person who looked a fuckload like him. And they're like, oh, the rumours spread like wildfire despite no evidence. Well, of course they did. Rumours do that. You're a bunch of idiots. Also, maybe people wouldn't have been so likely to jump on it if you cunts could be trusted to tell us if he was transgender.
I'm running with the fact that he still was, even if it's false.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's funny.
Yeah.
I gotta find some humor.
He's just like he is now.
Yeah. But if he was transgender, would CNN tell us? No, of course they fucking wouldn't.
Nope.
They'd have told us about the bullying.
Are you racist?
Yeah.
And then it would have been like, then it would have been spun like transgender woman was driven to this
by bullying.
By white supremacists.
Gregory Priest, another Australian's like, shall not be infringed. Goddamn right. I need to get it. We need to crowdfund a boat so the base Australians can sail over to Mexico.
Enter through California, you'll get some free stuff before you move to a better state like Texas.
Well, I mean, Texas. If we entered through Texas, they might ship us to New York, and we could get into some serious trouble. Or DC,
or
even.
DC, and yeah, well, then you have to contend with all the homeless sleeping around the rail stations.
Well,
covered in rats.
All we need to do is take a few pesos around, find a gang member, buy some illegal guns, rob up some people in New York, and then run away to Texas. And
see.
So here we have the post-millennial. School shooter was known to police. Oops. It was reported that the shooter, while living with his mother, was visited by police due to conflicts between the two. Okay, so he had domestic altercations with his mother that was severe enough for the police to visit. And then they did what, presumably?
Mm. This is just another utter failure of
the police to do their fucking jobs.
Yeah.
Just seeing if we've got any more references to this about him being known to police. So, apparently, yeah, the guy apparently did have issues. He posted videos on his Instagram where the cops were there and he'd call his mum a bitch and say she wanted to kick him out. He'd be screaming and talking to his mum really aggressively. Maybe, just maybe, he should have had police reports filed on him over domestic abuses.
Or, and this is one of those, if they'd taken him out of there and, had somebody just sit down and talk with him at the police station or somewhere where he could, it's kind of like, all right, do we need to do a mental evaluation on this guy when he's fighting with his drug-addled mother?
Yeah.
It's almost like it would be
You
a good thing for,
racist?
apparently.
Yeah, how dare you?
Yeah.
How dare I want people to have a better life? Damn.
Yeah, the people are supposed to suffer so more tragedies can happen for the media's entertainment.
Yeah. So, basically, the police were there numerous times because of domestic incidents, and then they didn't bother to report them because either lazy or... but they're Hispanic or both. I'm going for both.
Sure. Yeah.
But my racism's if I report him for being a shitbag.
Being called racist for a little while.
Yeah. So...
or having several people die.
Yeah, so... yeah, some other people on Twitter are like, we're going to need the cowards to quit the dangerous jobs. This is literally Parkland again.
Oh.
Parkland guy is actually due to be tried for being a fucking coward. So that'll be some interesting case law. I've heard people say he was convicted, but I haven't seen that. But he's definitely due to be tried because fucking coward.
Yep.
He fucking should be.
Yeah. Yeah, so Larry Elder, who they hate because he's a black man that says things that they don't like. 19 kids, 2 teachers killed in a shooting at Uvalde, Texas elementary school. It does not appear that the dead alleged shooter/killer, totally a white name, was a white supremacist. Biden/media post Buffalo definitely switched from angry white men to easy access to guns.
It's almost like that's not really the problem that they want to address.
And we will touch on that, about how gun control is not the fucking answer. So someone else says, when my father was a boy, you could buy a machine gun without a license if you had enough money and were big enough to put it on the counter. He was given his first gun at the age of 8. You know how many school shootings they had back then? None. It's the culture, not the guns.
Exactly.
Yeah. Someone else says, I remember children riding on a tram to get to a rifle range. Guns under arms. No gun violence then either. It's a cultural problem, not guns.
Hell, when I was, back in high school, kids would go hunting after school during seasons all the time, and I remember,
What about when they used to have shooting ranges at the schools? Yeah. Where they would bring the gun to school. Like, even Australia had that before the fucking government faked a mass shooting.
Yep. That's just... yeah. It's like, it's a cultural thing.
Yeah, and of course...
I will definitely say, these anti-bullying laws and whatnot.
Yeah.
Having, again, talked to a lot of teachers, that makes the bullies much more aggressive because nobody pushes back on them. Because as soon as some kid says, no, I don't want this, and punches them in the face, that kid that's been bullied is the one that gets hauled off and sent to outside of school suspension.
And guess what? If you live in a strong family with a good father figure, those kids don't actually end up turning into school shooters because a strong father figure will tell them, if you're going to get punished, beat the tar out of the kid.
Yeah, my dad used to tell me if they stop that shit with you again, pick the biggest one and punch him in the nose.
Can you reach that high?
It's like, find the biggest one.
Go for the nuts.
I don't think that's a nose disco. It might be shaped like one, but no, it's not.
Well, they can be shaped the same. If she punches them in the dick, they fall over, and then she kicks them in both repeatedly until they turn to much.
Yeah, occasionally, you need to kick them in the knee first so that they bend down, and then you punch them in the nose.
I mean, if you're insecure, if you're unsure about it, just keep on kicking. Just keep on going.
Well, remember,
We'll
when
fade out either way.
fighting multiple attackers in hand to hand, the key is speed and violence of action. You're aiming for disabling strikes and movement. You hit the first one in the nuts. You step to the side, break the second one's nose. You grab another one and snap their knee. We're not talking. Wrestle the guy to the ground and fucking sit on. We're talking. That guy doesn't need a kneecap. That guy doesn't need a nose. That guy can have his eyes gouged out.
I'm just saying
my biggest bully.
Always fight dirty. Always.
No, there's
fight dirty.
For me, my biggest bully ended up with a dislocated shoulder and his face planted in pavement. So
yeah, I bet that fixed the fucking problem too.
Yeah, and he
My
apologized
biggest
a
bully
few years
ended up with her
afterwards.
face black and blue.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
So
but
your
you know what?
biggest bully, how small was that?
Yeah, and Iron Pie's like, oh, that guy just not using that tracker anymore.
She was about 5'10" or something. She decided one day to attack me. I kicked the shit out of it.
It's the one thing I found out, with the guy that had been my bully. It's like after that he got his life together. He's got a wife, 2 kids, and is gone to seminary. So it's like,
what's this?
Like,
The
it's like
consequences
people
to
can
my
change when they're confronted.
what's this?
Mine
The
didn't. I
consequences
think
to
she
my
ended up
actions?
being a fucking druggie.
Well, she got what she deserved.
But I do remember
My
for a while
greatest
after that,
regret
like, she
is
was
never
bringing me my
standing up to
books and
my
everything.
bullies.
She's like, "Oh, do you want me to get you your textbook?" And I'm like, "No, I just want you to leave me the fuck alone." Like, I don't want you to kiss up to me either.
There's
Go away.
There's no
Go
such
away.
thing as a fair fight outside the ring. Outside the ring, only one of you gets to walk away, and it's gotta be you.
Yep.
It's gotta be you.
Remember, knees are really easy to break, especially when you're dealing with bullies, because they don't move their legs. What's that? A nice off-center kick to the side of the knee? Ooh, knees shouldn't bend like that. He ain't getting up to chase you.
Groin, throat, eyes. Those are the typical ones they teach women.
Well, we're talking multiple attackers here. So the first one gets just a straight kick to the nuts. He's winded, he's done. You move. You got to keep moving. You go for the next one. Go for something on the face. Eyes, nose, throat. And you never punch. Never use your knuckles.
Eyes, nose, throat. Are you an ENT?
His ears, nose, throat.
But is he a biologist?
You've got to disable them. You can't let them get a punch in.
Well, if he is, he can't go for U.S. High Court.
Yeah. Gouge the eyes out. Break the nose. Punch him in the throat.
All the
disagree
wonderful
with
little things.
None of this punching people in the face shit. The face is hard and breaks knuckles. That's what elbows are for. An elbow to the temple will fix most problems.
A knee to the face is pretty effective too.
True, but you have to get the face down to the knee.
Yeah,
It's much
but
easier
you
just
know,
to stick your thumb in their eyes and push and
you can
push
get a
and
hold
push.
of their hair. They soon come down to your level.
Well, you shouldn't be grabbing
But-
hold of hair if you know how to fight. But yes.
I don't know. You want to control where their face goes, having them by the back of the head. It's a decent way of doing it.
Unless they're bald.
It has problems because when you're grabbing that much hair, you're not actually doing that much damage. So you want to get them by something soft and vulnerable, like the eyes. Stick your fingers in their eyes; they'll come where you want them.
Yeah.
Or their dick.
But it's to me, it all goes back to kids in the current paradigm are not taught to confront an issue.
No.
So what do? They become psychopaths and
Oh, I'm not talking
go after
about
innocent
the
children.
chat seems to be confused. I'm not talking about just like pulling their hair for the sake of pulling their hair. I'm talking about like actually getting a hold of the back of their head so you can bring it down on your knee.
Yeah, but
Ah.
again, you're not.
Here, as I
You
see it,
don't
it
need
was
to
just all
go.
about kink.
You don't need to go for the hair. You go for the nuts, and that brings the head down naturally. Then you knee him in the face.
Well, when it's a girl that's twice your size, she can go.
Well, punch her in the
most
cunt.
I mean, sorry, Susan.
The
most
truth
girls
of it
don't
is
have
that
nuts that
as
you
much-
can kick.
The truth of it is as
How
much as you
dare
can talk
you.
about all the different things you could possibly do, until you're actually in a situation, you have no idea anything about what's going on. You don't know whether they're armed, you don't know whether they have a weapon, you don't know what's going on.
Which is why, when you're confronted by multiple attackers, you should shoot the first one and see what the rest do.
You basically have to assume they are trying to kill you, and you have to deal with them as fast as possible.
Well, it's all up.
Why I be the one is it says it's kind of hot though.
The hair pulling, yeah.
Well, I mean, depends on the circumstance.
A cultured human being will not disagree with that. No.
But yes, multiple attackers is a force disparity, and they're capable of causing death or great bodily harm. Therefore, fuck them up.
I disagree with none of this.
Ardent Party has a good point. Nut shots aren't necessarily a guaranteed disabling shot. Better off going for the knees, because someone can take damage to the nuts when they're adrenaline. Yep, this is true.
Yep.
But they can't get up and chase you if their kneecaps around the back.
Also, I'll have a hard time just getting up in general after that.
Well, that's the point. If the kneecap has rotated 180 degrees, no amount of adrenaline's making it work again.
True. But I was also saying another getting up.
True.
Eyebrow wiggle.
But other things to keep in mind is elbows are really easy to break when you put a man's body weight on them. Wrists are also
aren't
good
most,
victims.
Joints?
The hip, the pelvis is a lot harder, but knees are really easy, fingers super easy, elbows, their body weight's doing it for you. Like, you get them by the throat and drop them backwards onto your knee. Snap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just...
Because they can't punch you if you break both their elbows. But anyway, the point is violence of action when dealing with multiple attackers. And if you've got an 18-1 advantage, maybe you should also use violence of action to take the bastard out. Was that a second?
Oh, hey, second.
Yeah.
Hey, the frog is here.
So I'm here briefly to rant, and then I gotta go for a few minutes, then I'll be back for real, but that headline just pisses me off. Like, Ukraine's President Zelensky leads outpouring. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I
what
thought
the
he had
fuck's
something
Zelensky
going
got
on.
to do with this shit? Yeah.
Yeah. And then, like, as Britain, France, and Germany send their condolences, and Spanish PM says this every day, horror must stop in the U.S. Like, fuck
Is that
you,
one
Spanish
headline,
Prime
or is that a headline?
Yeah, it's the one
Yeah.
we're on.
Oh, I'm looking at
Yeah,
Trim.
it's the one that's on screen. What do you mean?
Sorry, I just dropped out of it. I need to... Holy shit, that is the actual headline!
Yeah.
Yes, Trim. Fuck's
Like,
sake.
no, Spanish PM, you were not in an elected position in the United States of America. We don't give a damn about what ethical demands you place on our government, and I'm so fucking sick of, like, these high-level lefty American politicians appealing to Europe for their, like, decisions on certain matters, like, I don't know, guns or healthcare or whatever else, where they're like, Europe is looking down on us. Europe, we're ashamed to be on the global stage with these people. They look down on us and judge us. It's like, Who fucking cares? Your job is to represent the American people, not be fucking respected at some fucking, like, cocktail party from the cosmopolitan globo homo fucking elites. You represent America, not
Yeah,
fucking
but
European
Guy
elites.
Verhofstadt
Disagree with
might
what we do.
look down upon us.
Yeah.
I would where Hofstad looks down upon everyone.
And you know, that would be more of a fucking point if they were talking about international policy when they said that. But the fact that they're talking about domestic policy and they try and appeal to the opinions of fucking Europe with a straight face is like, fuck you. You represent America.
You know, I miss the old Theodore Roosevelt stance of, no, I'm an American. Fuck you. I'm doing my own thing.
Based.
Respectable position.
Yes. That is an excellent point. It's like, why should any American politician care about the opinion of any other country when it comes to domestic issues?
It's like, yeah, sure. Yes, it's a tragedy. But, like, stop being foreign people trying to use this to your advantage.
Yes. Also, let's talk about tragedies. How about unarmed indigenous children being forcibly confined without trial and then having massive manhunts sent after them? Why would anyone ever need guns? Well, Australia can tell you why, if they're paying attention.
Yeah, it's stupid headlines like this that give the one world government conspiracy theorists or activists so much ammunition where it's like, no, look, they're telling us right here what they really want to do.
Okay, Piers Morgan, maybe the government could turn tyrannical. And, the fact that my great-grandparents in Europe believed that their democracies couldn't turn tyrannical is the reason why they are now ashes in Europe. Okay, folks?
At least it's not supererogatory.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Yes, well, you see, pleasing Europe is supererogatory. It is morally obligatory for American politicians to do what Americans want. And if that happens to please Europe, then that would be a supererogatory thing.
But why would civilians...
I'd rather it be a super erogenous thing.
Why would civilians ever need military-grade weapons? I don't know. Ask the Jews in Germany in 1940.
Ask the Poles from 39 to 52.
Also compare the lockdown in America versus fucking the rest of the Western world.
Yes. Compare. See, also, Ruth Koreans in the race riots in LA.
Those are my favorite three.
Also, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
The best boy.
Or, the woman in West Virginia where some guy was just randomly shooting at them and she took him out. It's almost like an armed society is a polite society.
Yeah, because you don't have you don't want to start shit with someone who has a weapon that can end your life.
You guys have seen the South Park. Have you guys seen the South Park episode which is like the epitome of an armed society is a polite society, where everyone's like pointing guns at each other in their disagreements, and that forces them to get like really deep and resolve their issues.
I'm really glad we had this conversation. Yeah.
Here, let me holster it and buy a beer.
Yeah.
Yep. That definitely seems to be the biggest missed part of all that is like, oh no, we can't have it. No. People are less likely to go break and enter to a place where the homeowner might be armed and heavily.
It's almost as if there's actually less gun crime in rural Texas than there is in anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily true, but Texas has a lot less gun crime than New York.
Mm-hmm.
Based.
What else do I have? Basically just all the other ways that criminals will kill people in large numbers if they don't have guns. Well, they might use a bomb. Those are really easy to make. In fact, if you go to every hardware store in your city and use cash, you can buy fertilizer and then do certain things with that fertilizer that, thanks to Biden, are more expensive now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's.
No. Just ban that stuff then. People are going to use knives. Yeah, just arrest some autistic kid for having a potato peeler at a campsite.
The London solution.
Yeah. I see you're pulling up the Bath School incident. Yep. Still the worst one on record.
Yeah.
Not a firearm used.
Yeah, Oklahoma City. Ooh, how about the 2018 Westminster car attack? Or how about the Boston Marathon bombing? Or how about the bombing at the Ariana Grande concert, which I'm pretty sure that was in England. Ooh. What about the Charlie Hebdo shooting in France?
We don't talk about Charlie Hebdo shooting. It was a completely culturally appropriate thing to do. Oh, God.
You see why IB Dewan is quoting Starship Troopers. Violence is the supreme authority from which all other authority is derived. And that is absolutely true.
Yep. And I do think I need to correct myself with the Bath thing. I think there was some rifle somewhere, but I don't think that was the primary cause.
I don't think it was even listed on the bloody thing.
I just vaguely remember it's like he was shooting something at his farm, which drew the police away before he set the bomb off. But it's been a while since I've read up on it.
Yep. Oh, speaking of hunting rifles, what's the name of that shooter in the Scandinavian regions, where the cops couldn't get there for days on end? Second, if you're talking to us, you've gone. We're getting some serious feedback.
Breivik, the guy who proved just how fucking inept our police is. Yes.
Yeah, probably. Oh, how many?
I'll be back in a few minutes.
I just like to call him the faggot with a delusion.
Yeah.
Which is what he is.
What about the guy with a bow and arrow? How many people did he injure? The least technologically advanced. That's about as basic as you can get without throwing rocks at people.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the London Bridge stabbings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, the Bath School Massacre, 1927 in Michigan, and that was a bombing. It's 1927. Could have had as many guns as he fucking felt like.
Mm-hmm. There are famous ads for Thompson submachine guns for like $200 back in the day.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, go out, buy whatever you want, because if you can afford it, you can shoot it.
Yeah. How about the London Bridge stabbing, where 5 people were stabbed, and 5 people, that's a mass stabbing.
Yep, and there was an incident in China not too long ago either, where some guy went on a stabbing rampage.
Well, actually, didn't China have a spate of several stabbing rampages at schools?
Yeah, I thought there were 13 killed at the most recent one.
Yes.
Don't quote me on that, but I just remember something along those lines.
Well, fortunately, Wikipedia's got an article. School attacks in China. We've got a list that runs off the fucking screen since 2010.
Fucking A.
Uncoordinated mass stabbings, hammer attacks, and cleaver attacks. Not a single fucking gun. How about... March...
stabbings in China.
March 2010. Nanping, 8 children murdered by knife. April 2010. Stabbing rampage. killing an 8-year-old boy and an 80-year-old woman. Also injured 5 people. On April 28th, we have wounding 16 students and a teacher. April 29th, an unemployed 47-year-old stabbed 28 students and 2 teachers after stabbing the security guard. Most of the students were 4 years old. And on April 30th, some douchebag used a hammer to cause injury to cause head injury to preschool children. Then used gasoline to commit suicide. May 2010, killed 7 children, 2 adults, and injured 11 other people with a cleaver at a kindergarten. It's almost as if it's not guns that are the problem.
Oh boy.
But it's the easy access to meat cleavers.
Yeah.
Clearly.
May 18th, 2010. 10 men charged into a dormitory wielding knives at 2:30 in the morning. 4th of August, 2010. Shitbags slashed more than 20 children and staff with a 60-centimeter knife, killing 3 children and a teacher. That's 4. That's a mass stabbing. 4 dead. August 2011, 8 children between the ages of 3 and 5 were hurt in Shanghai when an employee at a childcare center for migrant workers, slashed the children with a box cutter. September 2011, young girl and 3 adults were killed by a 30-year-old with an axe. September 2012, 3 children died and 3 more were injured after a suspected mental patient allegedly broke into a nursery and attacked students with a knife. December 2012, 23 children and an elderly woman was stabbed. March 2013, knife-wielding attacker killed 2 relatives, then slashed 11 people, including 6 children, outside of school. Blah, 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 blah. It's going to skip a bunch to more recent. 2021. April 2021. Knife-wielding man broke into a school, killing 2 children and wounding 16 others. June 2020, 39 people were injured in a knife attack. November 2019, more than 50 people, almost all of them young children, were hospitalized in southwest China after a man broke into a kindergarten and sprayed them with a corrosive chemical.
But no, clearly it's the gun that's the problem.
Yep, an attacker killed 8 students and injured 2 others at an elementary school in central China on the first day of the new semester. The suspect was a 40-year-old man who was released from prison the previous June after serving a sentence for attempted murder.
Of course.
We dinged on the stream. We have an alert. Let me have a look.
Ding is good. I like the ding.
Ding means something good. The question is, what did it mean? I need to check the dashboard.
I think it was second subscribed. Wow, while we're running.
He wasn't subscribed?
What do you mean he wasn't subscribed? Wait a minute.
Yeah, he subscribed to himself. I this is curious.
Oh dear, just need to check. I can't believe I should have had Streamlabs up. Unfortunately, it's not. There isn't an extension for it into good Streamlabs. Into IBS. What am I looking for? The Sultans one.
But yeah, it's all of this reminds me of the quote that was made on the Lotus Eaters the other day about a child will burn a village to the ground to feel its warmth.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. It was Garbwire. Welcome to the family Garbwire. I believe that's someone who we stole from Disco's community.
Welcome to the family, son.
My communities?
Well, why do you think you're here?
We allow them to join our community because you are a part of our community.
And Garbwire's waving in chat. Yes.
Hey, Garbwire. Yes, I recognize Garbwire from, I think, from Big Green Bunch and also from my streams, so...
Yes,
I probably wandered in from there.
So, since 2010, several hundred kids have died from knives, cleavers, and blunt instruments in China. It's Oh, yeah, here we go. The slave attacks left at least 90 dead and some 473 injured. Ooh, as most cases had no known motive, analysts have blamed mental health problems caused by rapid social change for the rise in these kinds of mass murder and murder-suicide incidents.
Rapid social change.
Ooh, I wonder if any parallels can be drawn between that and America since the 1990s. Ooh, what has started becoming popular in the 1990s? It was the internet. It's almost as if the internet's to blame.
Hmm.
Common sense internet control now.
Oh, don't tempt them. They already want you to get
Hey,
your
George.
wanking license.
Hey, George. Oh my god, it's all freaking cute.
What's next? We're gonna get one of those, maybe Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is gonna be reality one day. It's like, meat! Ah, the meat!
Mm-hmm.
It's going to happen, I think. But, yeah, you know, it's I remember I was at a university like pretty much right beside Virginia Tech when that went down. And I remember the big discussion was, oh, well, you know, we've got this mental health crisis, and all these mental health restrictions went in and reporting. It's like, did it do anything? No, because nobody wants to address this social change aspect of it. And you've got a lot of, you know, mostly young men who have no direction or purpose in modern society.
Yeah, funny that. And parties like rapid social change, like degeneracy on tap. Yes. What about... Ooh, I wonder if I can find the rate of single mothers in the US. I bet that
Are we allowed to talk about that?
Probably not. Before we get to that one, before we get to the real answer, how about US has highest rate of single-parent households in the world? Gee, I wonder if that could be related to why they have the highest rate of mass shootings. No, it must be racism. It must be white people.
White supremacy and access to guns. That's the only cause.
Yes, it's not like you can kill 80 kids over a decade with knives in China.
No, that'd be racist.
That's right.
But what kind of ray is it? Is it like Blu-ray,
bingo.
Blu-ray?
We've actually got a graph.
Yay.
Hey!
Oh, look at that. It's been on a rapid uptick since the 70s and peaked through the 90s.
Interesting. It's almost like cause and correlation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that. Asians are only about 15% of their non-marital births. This is non-marital birth rates, not single parenthood. Percentage of births to unwed mothers. 70% of the black community since the 90s. Non-Latino white only hit 30% in about 2005-ish onwards. Asians, less than 20%. But no, it's the guns. It couldn't possibly be something like that.
Yeah.
Hey guys, sorry to pop in unannounced again, but looks like I have to go. There's work pretty soon, and I need to get some food before I start my shift again.
Right, I mean.
Oh, but you don't want to enjoy all this degradation of your day?
You don't need food. You've had enough black
It's been degraded enough already. Let me make money while slowly with losing the will to live.
Well, okay then. Be productive member of society.
Well, it's it's not really surprising over how things go. I mean, you either shoot someone to death or you stab someone to death, I guess. I mean, I don't see why you should waste a good knife, but okay, hey, that's their thing, not mine.
Yeah. Catch you later, Trim.
Later, guys. It's been nice talking to you again. Despite
later, Trim.
the...
Oi, show
Despite
yourself
the-
before you go.
Oh yeah, thanks to Discordia, Basic, Bleach Demon, and several other people who have been bullying me about it, I have now made a YouTube channel called Trim's Art Check in association with Basic.
See,
Gonna try
guys,
and
bullying works.
Yes, peer pressure is a thing, unfortunately. Maybe fortunately. Gonna try to be doing art streams whenever I get home, so we're gonna have a little go of that whenever we find the fucking tech to make that shit work.
Yes,
And of course,
I either need to teach Trim how to use a HDMI capture card, or do the streaming for him through Discord.
I mean, we've already spent an entire fucking day trying to teach me how OBS works. I mean, speaking of losing the will to live, I think I'm a painful friend to Bessic right now. It's not a healthy relationship.
Right now?
Well, it's never been, but it's getting worse. Also, gonna try to aim for making uploading time lapses every Sunday, starting tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll see how it goes.
You can do it.
We believe in you. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day.
Yes.
Trim out.
See ya, Trim.
Cheers.
Indeed. Alright, so here's another article from Pew Research. Changing profile of unmarried parents. 1 in 4 US parents are unmarried. Up from 7% in 1968. Do you know what we didn't have in 1968 in America? School shootings.
Mm-hmm. I'm just like, there's some, I don't know, not positive male influence in these households.
Yep, it's almost as if having a single parent who has to work is bad. Like, even like for some reason, single mothers is worse than single fathers. I'm not entirely sure why. There's probably lots of good reasons for it, such as in order for the father to actually win custody, he has to be really, really, really fucking dedicated.
Mm-hmm.
But also, what we've got is, 1 in 5 children are living with a solo mum. Yeah, it's fourfold increase in unmarried parents since 1968. And in 1997 it was 13.7%, and in 2017 it was 16.6%.
See, I suspect with the single fathers thing, like, if there's no kind of battle of custody, it's gonna end up with the mother, regardless of, like, how dedicated she is to it. Whereas the kind of dad that's gonna end up with sole custody is somebody who really wanted it, somebody who really fought for it. And that might very well be where you get that kind of discrepancy from, because, you know, if the guy doesn't want to be a part of it, he's just gonna kind of wander off with few repercussions, whereas it's more difficult for a woman to do that.
Yeah, I look at relative of mine. His mother committed suicide. His father was the sole caregiver, and
fuck yes!
Turned out actually,
I found I'm right. I've got a fucking article that proves my assessment right. Let's have a fucking look. Family structure and children's success, a comparison of widowed and divorced single mother families. Right, let's take bets. Who reckons that the widowed single mothers turn out better than the divorced?
I would be willing to say it's a 90% chance the widows really
so
actually care about their kids.
Necessarily a case of, oh well, if you're raised solely by like your mother, then there's problems. It's gonna be a lot to do with attitude and
Yeah,
stuff.
I guarantee, and I'm pretty sure that's what this article is going to tell us, is that the reason the parent is single is more important than the fact that they're a single parent. And so this is an article from 2000 in the Journal of Marriage and Family.
It's probably also that in a widow situation, the surviving parent is going to acknowledge that there is going to be something missing from their child's life and is going to try and fill that. Whereas in a divorce situation, it's like, I don't need no man, I'll do this by myself kind of thing.
Yep.
There's no acknowledgement that there is something missing there in the upbringing to try and find it elsewhere.
Since we've been asked in chat, I will post the article in both YouTube and live shows on Discord.
Yeah, I think it's the attitude aspect that you're talking about. Yeah, that's the big thing.
Let's get into this article. So, compared with children raised in single mother families created by the death of the father, children raised in divorced single mother families have significantly lower levels of education, occupational status, and happiness in adulthood. Boom. Mic drop. Fucking done. I win. Screw you, leftards.
What did you win?
He won another black pill.
Yes, I won the argument.
Oh, okay. George, what are you doing? You're being a pain in the ass.
Yeah, so it says, yet divorced single mothers are not significantly different than their widowed counterparts in child rearing, gender role and family values, and in religiosity, health-related behaviours, and other dimensions of lifestyle.
Different. Massively.
Yeah. This is also 20 years old, so things have only gotten fucking worse.
Probably.
Yeah. However, relative to widowed single mothers, divorced single mothers hold lower occupational positions, are more financially stressed, and have a higher rate of participation in the paid labour force. We speculate that the contrasting positions and the social structure of different types of single mother families may account for observed differences in child outcomes. Boom.
So what I'm hearing is the solution is to shoot any fathers that try to leave. It's better for the kids.
I mean,
just abort them.
That's what. Abort the fathers. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not opposed to
the numbers here.
I mean, I'm not opposed to shooting deadbeat dads. If we start shooting deadbeat dads, they'll fucking start staying with the mothers more.
Well, exactly. According to this data, it's better if the deadbeat dad dies than if he leaves. So, I'm just following it to its logical conclusion here.
Yes, when the father goes out to the convenience store to get a pack of cigarettes and dies in a horrible car explosion, it's like, no, it was fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so let's do some more reading. In the first half of the 20th century, most families headed by single mothers had experienced the death of the father. From the late 1950s onward, divorce of parents replaced death of spouse as the modal event giving rise to single mother families. Debate over family values, the declining American family, and the potential negative effects on children of alternatively family arrangements roughly coincides with this shift in the core structure of single parenthood. Does single motherhood produced by divorce have more negative consequences for children than single motherhood produced by the death of the father? And if so, why? Are widows with dependent children different kinds of mothers in tastes, values, or lifestyles than divorced mothers? Yes. Do widows occupy advantaged social and economic positions relative to divorced mothers? Of course they do. Our premise is that not all single mother families are alike. By examining the heterogeneity within the type, factors that allow children from single mother families to do more or less well can be identified. So what else do we have? Yeah, so that's all we have from that article because they're being evil. But I do believe that confirms my suspicion.
I'm just racking my brain here, but a lot of the recent shooters here in the U.S., I think a vast majority of them have come from single mother homes.
I guarantee it. Oh, someone's would have done research on this. Let's have a look. Mass shooter, single mother. There's an article from Politico and an article from the LA Times. Well, let's see what Politico has to say, because this one's within the last 4 days. Op-ed, we have studied every mass shooting since 1966. Here's what we've learned about the shooters. Well, I'm just going to scroll. Vast majority of shooters or mass shooters experience early childhood trauma and exposure to violence at a young age. The nature of their exposure include parental suicide, physical or sexual abuse, neglect, domestic violence, and or severe bullying. No shit. Second, practically every mass shooter we studied had reached an identifiable crisis point in the weeks or months leading up to the shooting. Third, most of the shooters studied the actions of other shooters and sought validation for their motives. Fourth, the shooters all had the means to carry out their plans. Yeah, no, okay. Blah, 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 and then they whine about why gun control is good. Oh, that was actually the Los Angeles Times, but I don't know why the Politico article didn't open over there. Ah, that's why I grabbed the wrong one by us. Politico, well, let's see what they have to say. Because they're going to be wrong. Well, they might be, who knows. I'm just going to scroll and see if they'll fucking tell us. For fuck's sake. Consistent pathway, early childhood trauma, violence in the home, sexual assault, parental suicides, extreme bullying, build towards hopelessness, despair, isolation, self-loathing, oftentimes rejection from peers, turns into an identifiable crisis.
So I'm just doing some brief glancing here, and I'm seeing some articles about 26 of 27 mass shooters were fatherless. But I want to get into some actual data rather than just speculation.
Yeah.
So
hopefully this might have some, fingers crossed. Sun Sentinel from South Florida. Fatherless homes a factor in mass shootings. By Jay Ambrose from Tribune News Service. Published March 2nd, 2018. The worst social problem in America today could well be fatherless homes. Yep. So it's just talking about them. List goes on. Oh, here we go. Brad Wilcox is a professor and director at the National Marriage Project at the University of Virginia. He studied school shootings in 2013 and found all the perpetrators had either had a mother who never got married or had seen a divorce in the family. Oops.
The thing is, like, I don't know why anybody would think that, like, little boys don't need a male role model.
Mm-hmm.
Like, surely that should be a given.
Yep. Oh, here's some more info.
Yeah,
CNN.
Like, who else are they going to learn from?
Yep. So, how about CNN once looked at the deadliest mass shootings in US history, noting that of the 7 killers under 30, only one had his biological father around his whole childhood. Oops. That sounds like correlation, and could be causation.
Because, it's the one thing that, the stereotype with most fathers is they instill some, discipline with their kids and basically, problems of, hey, you're acting up, there's consequences for doing so. And I think, it's been this kind of cultural trend, at least in the U.S., where mothers are trying to be friends with their children, which is a terrible idea rather than a parent.
Well, one thing that seems to have come up and seems to be consistent across the spectrum of all different kinds of families is there needs to be a caregiver and a disciplinarian. And it seems to be largely irrelevant the genders of those people. Well, actually, I don't know. That's not true. It does appear that those roles can be filled by people of either gender. Because I've got this feeling, and I'd be willing to put serious money on it, that if you looked at married gay and lesbian couples, their kids turn out better than the kids of single mothers.
Yep.
And that would be logically consistent.
Yep. It's the nuclear family structure is almost like it, I don't know, puts the brakes on negative effects multiplying throughout someone's life.
Yeah. And I would further suggest that having a mother and a father is the best option. However, having a father and a father or a mother and a mother is vastly superior to having a single mother.
Yep.
And again, single fathers are really hard to gauge because custody defaults to the mother, and men are less likely to fight for custody in the separation. If it's an amicable separation, chances are the father will go, tell the kids should probably stay with you because you're the mother, because duh.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or you'll end up with split custody.
Yeah. Which is fucking abysmal as well. Split custody is fucking awful.
It's better than nothing, but the way it typically goes is, well, you get the kid for so many days a week, and then the other.
Yeah, that's really upheaving for the kid, though.
Yeah, it fucks
the kid has
up.
no stability.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And I would rather see where maybe the parents could come to an arrangement where, I don't know, like, the primary custodial parent gets the kid during the school year, but the non-custodial parent gets the kid the rest of the year.
Well, where it works out the best in separated
how far away
parents.
they live from one another. Like, if they're in the same town, the kid could surely be like, "Oh, I want to stay with mom tonight."
Yeah.
But like,
they shouldn't
if
get
they're
that
in
level of
completely different
choice.
towns.
In the rare occasions where the couple actually separates amicably, the best option is usually for the kid to live with one parent, and like the other parent's just there quite often. Like it's not unreasonable for the kid to live with the mother, but the fucking father will show up daily to hang out with them, or every second day, or might be there for breakfast one day, dinner the next. It's almost like the family structure. It's just that when the father goes to bed, it's somewhere else.
Yeah.
Which is why it's a good thing, because when the father goes to bed, he's not fathering.
Yeah.
So let's have some look.
It's this wondrous thing of, I don't know, human nature for millennia has tried to have this nuclear family structure. It's like it works.
Yep. So let's see some other issues.
There's also the factor in like parents trying to turn the kids against the other parent,
which just fucks everyone up.
It's like, don't do that. You might hate the other parent, but unless they're actually violent or something, then like don't try and turn your children's opinions against.
Yeah, it's almost as if it fucks up their relationships and their mentality.
Mm-hmm.
So here's some more numbers. 63% of youth suicides from fatherless homes. Urban violence is concentrated in neighbourhoods with mostly single-parent homes. 75% of adolescent murders were from fatherless homes. 85% of children with behavioural disorders have only a mother in the home. And that's from the CDC. Well, children with both married parents around are less likely to drop out of school, become drug addicts, or to grow up impoverished. Oh, and what causes school shooters? Dropping out of school, becoming drug addicts, and being impoverished.
No, this can't be. It has to be the gun and white supremacy.
Yeah, of course.
Quit peddling those lies, CDC.
Ah, dear. It's just... What else do we have?
It's as a Yank, it's nice having this discussion where it's like, we can talk about the actual causes of these things rather than just people screeching on and on about the firearm itself.
Well, that's it. It's unproductive to talk about how they carried out the attack, because as we've just established, knives and hammers work really fucking well too when the people who are fighting back are 4.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Based is correctly pointing out, girls need a strong male figure as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Is that?
Yeah, I was saying boys in the context of we were talking about, school shooting
Yeah.
and stuff, which you don't often see girls doing.
No, on the other hand,
Yeah.
they tend to turn out depressed with body issues, self-harm issues, and really bad relationships with men.
Mm-hmm. Which, and suddenly leads back to having single motherhood.
Yeah,
Again, so.
It turns out that if you never learned how to have a good relationship with a man and you've got mental health issues, maybe, just maybe, you're not going to want to hang out with the loser that you let knock you up.
Yep.
And again, women, stop fucking losers. For fuck's
Quality
sake.
men, or
Yes.
at least men that aren't bums.
It's like the one of the ones from 2.5 Men. When it's the brother, not Charlie, whatever his brother's name is. And he's like talking to this woman. It's like, oh, I didn't think you'd be interested. And the woman's all, you had me at a penis and a job.
Why is that so sadly true?
But, like, have you considered not fucking men that are unemployed? Like, I know that's harsh to those men and it fucks me up too, but maybe, just maybe.
If that were the standard, I might actually have a shot in life.
Mind you, some of them promptly quit their jobs after you get in a relationship with them.
Yes. But we've already established this. Go, don't fuck losers.
Yeah, I would say that's a good idea.
Silence. Yes, Disco's not wrong, but also don't fuck losers. Poor Disco. But yes.
Poor Disco indeed.
That is a thing where they'll go, I'm a manipulative bastard. Oh, what's that? You've got a job? Well, I'm just going to lay here and be a loser.
Yep.
You've met my exes then.
I live in a city where more than 50% of the population rely on government benefits. I've met hundreds of men like your exes.
Yeah.
You've met hundreds of men.
Hey, at least it's taken me years, Crone. It's not like a weekend. Ardent Party makes a good point. Not just don't fuck losers, but also don't fuck a girl who would fuck a loser.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of mean to Disco, but... But there is a good
It's more
point.
that I keep finding manipulative people rather than necessarily losers.
Well, manipulative people are
Find someone who's
losers.
really stupid. Stupid people aren't generally manipulative. They're just dumb. They don't understand.
Well, in that case, I imagine we all have the same problem. We can't stand to be around people that stupid.
Yeah. I don't think I could live with someone who, couldn't manage an entire conversation.
Yes,
Limit
that's
conversational
another
skills
rule.
is talking about the weather.
That's another rule. If you
Oh,
can't,
no.
Yeah.
No.
I really like the weather today. Yeah, those clouds, very pretty clouds.
Well, if you can't make it through a 10-minute conversation without wanting to off yourself, don't fuck them.
I mean, that's
If
basically
you
what
can
I'm
make
like every
15
day.
minutes.
See, I agree, Abe. I can't stand to be around people either.
Yeah, people suck. That's why we have cats, right,
Yeah.
Disco?
Yes. I like my cats more than I like most people.
I mean, to be fair, at least cats are honest about being assholes.
Yes, exactly.
Well, this ties into an excellent bit of shilling from my George Solves Resource Guest in Child Support video, highlight from the Rimworld Woke World stream Disco and I did. After George gets murdered, before George gets murdered, Ma'am is having a mental break because she's really upset by the death of some colonists and some kittens. And Disco's like, oh, she's more upset by the death of the kittens. I'm like, yeah, I would be too.
Oh, Digital George, you
Yes.
monster.
R.I.P. in peace, Digital George.
They were like, venerated animal died, venerated kitten died, venerated kitten died.
Yeah, massive debuffs from the kittens. I think the debuff from her mother dying wasn't that big.
I mean, you met her mother.
Yeah, her mother was a crazy feminist teacher.
Oof. Yeah. So what I'm also hearing, partly tongue in cheek, is feminism is the cause of mass shootings.
Yes, but unironically. We didn't have mass shootings before suffrage. So take the vote away from women and you solve mass shootings.
I mean, we did have wars, but I suppose that's not really the same thing.
No. Wars of conquest to impress the women rather than mass shootings because they can't get women.
Gubwise like, hey, guy's brother was a bro, came in and saved him, remember? Yes. Yes, the ultimate feminist society where all the women end up dead and then a man has to come rescue the last man.
Sounds perfect to me.
It was the perfect feminist colony.
I love the fact that he didn't even leave. Like, he didn't even leave.
I can't believe that he was happier as a slave than he was as a free man. Because once he was freed, he was whining that there weren't enough slaves.
Mm-hmm. But he got halfway off the map and he was like, nah, I'd rather have dinner before I run away.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay, what else did we have? Okay, that's the end of the cause of mass shooting section. Now, we are going to move on to the why gun control is fucking useless section.
Because it's fucking useless and genuinely unconstitutional?
Yep. This one, stolen shamelessly from the dispatches of the Lotus Eaters. From the Independent. Toronto police shoot dead man walking near school with rifle. Gee, I wonder. Ardent Player's like, no non-swatch today. Non-swatch is coming up later.
Oh,
Stick around, it's gonna be a wild ride.
Right, so. I was feeling really tense, says student whose school was locked down during incident. No shit, they locked the school down and didn't let the criminal in. So this was on Thursday. So the shooting in Texas was on Tuesday. This is Thursday. Toronto police shot dead a man who was carrying a firearm near an elementary school. The incident, which came 2 days after a teenage gunman killed 21 people in Texas, prompted snap lockdowns for all schools in the vicinity and sparked fears amongst hundreds of students. It's almost as if you lock down the school and don't let the bad guy in and then shoot the bad guy in the face. You don't end up with a mass shooting. And that is apparently why Canada has less mass shootings, because the police actually fucking show up and do their fucking jobs.
Yeah, they're not, oh, I might get hurt and lose my pension.
Yep, and also fuck the Independence paywall.
Yes. Although I agree with based in UCYIB to 1, it's like, huh, police shot a dead man? Great article.
It's good to know that their zombie response team is on the
yes.
On the ball.
Yeah.
But it's almost as if when the police actually shoot the bastard, there isn't a mass shooting. What was the difference between this and a mass shooting? The police actually did their fucking job.
They actually hired police officers and not cowards.
Yep. It's like, yeah, Ardent Pie's like, yeah, there's still a lot of shitty police stuff here too. Yeah, but this one time, the police actually did their pissing jobs. But yes, it's almost as if when the police engage the armed man with a rifle and kill the bastard, it doesn't turn into a mass shooting.
It's funny how that happens.
I'm going to
That's
see
very
if we
curious.
have some more info from this article, but given the timing and the fact that it was near a school, I'd be willing to bet that this had the potential to be a copycat.
Mm.
And it would have been if the police had dicked around outside for an hour.
Or somebody had I don't know, not lock the doors.
Yeah, it's amazing what locking the doors and hiding will do.
Amazing what raisins can do. Oh, on a really random side note, I just remembered I bought some Tim Tams. Oh my god,
yeah. Were you missing them?
Yeah, I haven't had them in years.
Oh, they're so fucking good. Did you get the caramel ones?
Yeah, I got caramel, white chocolate, double chocolate, and the really good ones. It cost me 20 quid just to get all of them.
Fucking me. Actually, that's not that bad. They're fucking expensive. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
But it's Putin driving the Tim Tam shortage.
Oh dear. So, Base Ape's like, what's this HTTP logger you're using? That's archive.today, as they archive it. Because somehow the article hasn't been archived yet.
They hadn't archived the archive.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make any sense.
Officers respond to calls shortly before 1 p.m. on Thursday about a man in his late teens or early 20s, really, carrying a rifle in the Scarborough area in eastern Toronto. Police Chief James Raymer said in a media briefing that officers fired after the gunman confronted them. Oh, sounds like it might have been suicide by cop. But either way, turns out, when you shoot the police... when the police shoot the bad guy, he doesn't get to shoot up the school.
It's like it de-escalates almost immediately.
Exactly.
It's almost as if killing a person saves the lives of many other persons.
Yes. Dead criminals can't commit murder.
I mean, that sounds unfounded.
the gun
to me.
might
I think
just
we need
go off on
scientific
its
proof
own.
of this.
Mm-hmm.
Fact checkers need to be all over this.
Yeah.
What are you, some kind of biologist?
Look, I know a penis when I see one, and I ain't sucking on no penises.
But it's a feminine penis.
Yeah.
No.
It's the best kind.
Look, foetuses have nothing to do with trans. Oh, dear. Oh, speaking of good guys with guns, how about a woman with pistol killed a man who shot a crowd of people in Charleston?
Is that the one I sent you earlier?
Possibly.
Yep.
I've had a lot of looked at a lot of articles. So, police said a woman who was lawfully carrying a pistol shot and killed a man who began shooting at a crowd of people Wednesday night. Also Wednesday, a day after the school shooting. Oh, and it was a graduation party, even better. Dennis Butler was killed after allegedly shooting at dozens of people attending a graduation party Wednesday near the Vista View apartment complex. No injuries were reported from those at the party. Oh, investigators said Butler was warned about speeding in the area with children present before he left. He later returned with an AR-15 style firearm and began firing into the crowd before he was shot and killed. Instead of running from the threat like a Texas police officer, she engaged with the threat and saved several lives last night, Charleston Police Department Chief of Detectives Tony Hazlett said. He did not say the part about the Texas cops being cowards, but he fucking should have. And I think that's what the point he was making.
Yep.
Oh, and he had an extensive criminal history, so he probably wasn't allowed to have the gun anyway.
And just looking at the map of that part of Charleston, that's kind of a rough part of town.
Yeah.
But so yeah, it's like people taking care of themselves. Curious that.
Unopposed like AR-15 style. Was it an AR, or it was an AR which had black plastic on it? We'll never know. It could have been a fucking airsoft gun.
All these cases of people defending themselves, it sounds all a bit unrealistic to me.
Oh, what about Ukraine's
it's
parliament
media propaganda.
passing a law to allowing citizens to carry firearms after they were suddenly invaded? It's almost as if a well-regulated militia is handy and dandy when you face an incoming threat.
Curious that, and it's curious that by the founding fathers, the Second Amendment made the fact that the militia was every capable adult.
Yes.
In the United States.
And remember, and while the draft still exists, every man in America over the age of 18 is part of that militia. If they can be called up to serve at any time. So what I'm hearing is women shouldn't be allowed to have guns.
Well,
No, actually, the thing that pisses me off most about feminists that are for gun control is you just finished whining about rapes. Do you know what stops men from raping? 6 shots of 38 to the nuts.
I can imagine it might slow them down a bit, yeah.
I mean, they probably have a tiny penis anyway, so it might not make any difference.
Well, how about 1 to the
yeah,
dick,
you've got a small target.
2 to the chest, 1 to the head, make sure that fucker's dead, then walk up and shoot him in the dick.
This is where flechette rounds come in handy.
I mean, yeah, a shotgun blast to the nuts would solve any problems.
Callum Dayton's like, 38, what caliber is that? Literally 38, .38.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to make the differentiation between 38 special and 38 super, but
I mean,
I had a fun time with a 38 special.
I mean, Bleach, I just buy 357s, then shoot 38 at the range because I'm a cheap bastard.
If I had my way, I'd get myself a 45 mag under lever, though.
I mean, if I had my way, I'd get a 44 Magnum because fuck the government. Also, I want a Dirty Harry, motherfucker.
If I had my way, I'd probably have what did you call it? What the fuck is it called?
Use your words.
A Davy Crockett. There we go.
Oh, the tactical nuclear.
Yeah.
Geod's like, I want a battle mech, but they don't exist yet. Well, somebody needs
That's
to
why
give
you go with the Davy Crockett.
somebody give
Hey,
Mech
battle
Boy a
mech,
budget.
Davy Crockett's.
Somebody give Mech Boy an actual budget, not whatever he finds in the trash on the weekend, and he'll have you a mech by the end of the year.
I'd love to see him actually make it out of steel.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'd like to see what he could do with a budget. Because if it can't stop full auto 2D3, I'm not interested.
I'm just imagining a mech, but covered in ghillie costumes.
Oh god!
It's just like crawls into a tree. Like, I'm a tree now. You cannot see.
Geod's is like, I'd sell for a killdozer. Why sell for a killdozer when you can just get a functional tank?
I would love.
Yeah, well, if you want to go and like plow the fields or something, you might want that.
I wouldn't mind having a classic British Sherman if I could ever afford one.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Wouldn't you rather have like a A7 Crusader or something like that?
I mean, I'd like that too, for the sake of just the history behind what it is.
Hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't mind pounds of howitzer as well, but they're a bit much for what I don't use it for.
True. Although, I will brag a little bit. I did get to ride on the back of a T-34 at one point.
Oh,
nice.
okay.
Oh, here we go. According to The Guardian, gun stores in Kiev are selling a much higher volume of guns than usual, including AR-10s and AR-15s. Gee, why would a civilian ever need an AR-15? I don't know. How about we ask Zelensky?
It's almost... I wouldn't be surprised if gun sales go up after this shooting.
Oh, they always do.
Meanwhile, we have a meme
well,
explaining about it. Ukraine owning guns. Yay, America owning guns. Boo.
And here we are in the UK, stuck with our bows and crossbows.
Still can't believe that Australia fucking requires a license for a crossbow. Like, you fucking spastic government.
I will eventually get myself a firearms license. It's just, you have to regularly go target shooting and stuff.
Speaking of these fuck chuckles that are like, oh, the licensing would have stopped it. No, it fucking wouldn't, you spastic. If you don't have a criminal record, getting a firearms license in Australia is easy. It's just going to set you back about $700 to $1,000. It's not fucking difficult at all. It costs you about $200 for your safety course, about $75 for your application fee, and then like however long you want the license for. And like, oh, Waiting periods. Yeah, but you can get a bolt action rifle pretty fucking quickly. Again, it's a pain in the dick, but it doesn't actually stop people who've never broken the law before. Like 18-year-olds who buy a gun on their 18th birthday. All you need to do to get a bolt action rifle, you do your safety course, you join the Sporting Shooters Association of Australia so you can get your genuine reason for possessing your firearm, which is hunting. You apply for your license, you wait for the government to fuck ass about, they give you the license. Because guess what? You've never committed a crime before. Then you ask them, can I please have a gun? Then they go, yes, of course you can, because you're licensed and have never committed a crime. And then you take said gun and do whatever's legal with it, because guess what? Legal firearms owners don't commit crimes.
I don't know. I mean, whatever is legal doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. Legally speaking, you could shove the gun up your asshole, and it's not necessarily good for you.
In Australia, technically, that's not legal.
Really?
I mean, it's not a genuine use of a firearm. I'm sure they could technically charge you with that.
That'd be interesting.
I mean, I'd like to see the fucking case law come out of that, but I'm sure they could if they wanted to.
I'd love to have a little flintlock pistol. That'd be kind of cool. There's so many weapons I want. Damn it.
Crow, you can build those from a kit here in the States without anything other than cash in hand.
Yeah. If I get a chance to move out to America, I might consider doing it. Unless we finally get our gun laws sorted.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Here's a tweet. Elon Musk breaks science. The right to bear arms is an important safeguard against potential tyranny of the government.
Based
as fuck. What else do we have? Beanie Man says Karl Marx said under no pretext should workers surrender their arms and ammunition. The true leftist position on guns should be an armed workforce and the government providing guns to the people. Here's another one. Some stupid bastard with a German flag, an American flag, and a Ukrainian flag is like...
Ukraine.
As a German, I don't understand what guns have to do with freedom. David Hersani says, as a Jew, I do.
Awesome.
Oh, God, Voice is trending. I don't want to know.
Oh, no.
No, not interested. Fuck that. I'm out.
Did he go and, like, diddle dead kids or something this time?
I don't know.
I wouldn't put it past him.
He's probably talking about how if he'd been in Texas, he would have fucked the kids instead of shooting them.
I would have fucked them to death.
No, Voice, not to death. Or at all. Fucking leftists. Here's someone replied to the Tim Pool one, and it looks to just be some content-stealing asshole. Here's what Joe Rogan said. It's not a bad idea to have a gun, because if you need a gun, you have a gun. And if you don't need a gun, if you're a person with self-control, you're not going to use it.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Right.
I mean, it's the old, if you have it and you don't need it, then you're better off having it still.
I'm more or less a fan of the way Switzerland does it. Everybody has a gun, everyone's part of a standing army. They all know how to use the gun, and no one ever fucks about with a gun, because if you pull a fucking gun out to rob a place, you'll just get fucking shot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is what it should be like.
Yeah, so kind of the old, old West trope was, there's a lot of, gunplay and whatnot, but at the same time, it's like, people just didn't go in guns blazing other than, when it was absolutely necessary. That's too many Western movies have kind of made people think, oh yeah, there were shootouts all the time. No, they were very rare. That's why they're memorable.
Okay, so basically, Vorsh's pro-pedo community wants gun control so kids can't shoot pedophiles.
Wow, no fucking way he'd fucking...
Well,
what a fucking prick.
They didn't say that out and out, but that's just me reading between the lines. Because Vorsh is going to do a stream about gun control, and all his fucking faggot loser fucking... No, don't stop saying that. All his loser frigging pedophile followers are like, ooh, gun control.
Yeah. He's like the Beto O'Rourke of Twitter.
Beta O'Rourke. Yeah. What else we have? Yep. While dying, children called 911 for help. 19 Uvalde police waited in the hallway for 45 minutes. Oops. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at how well gun control works. How about man facing murder charge after 25-year-old woman shot in head in Australia? Whoops, he isn't allowed to do that.
Yeah, that's a big whoopsie. I mean, I wouldn't want to just randomly shoot someone in the head.
Mm-hmm.
Not unless he deserved it.
Yep.
Did they have gun-free zone
how do you
signs
whoopsie
posted?
that?
Everywhere's a gun-free zone in Australia.
No, well, there you go. But are the signs up? The signs are the real deterrent.
Yeah.
Did he know he wasn't supposed to have it? I mean, there's no way this could happen.
Oh, that's it. So, apparently, the woman and the man who shot her were known to each other and were visiting the owner of a home when the alleged shooting occurred. Cool. So, he was in illegal possession of the firearm because you can't do that. You can't just take a gun round your mate's place.
It's funny how all these people who want to murder people and kill people still somehow find guns, you know? It's almost like the criminals are more armed than people are because of the way the laws...
Do they set people alight and steal guns from them in violent home invasions in Perth? You know, the Perth in Western Australia, where the police thought it'd be a fantastic fucking idea to publish a map showing the location of every gun in the state?
Yeah, that's a really fucking clever idea. Why don't we also have a map of all the fucking Bugattis and stuff as well?
Yeah. So police say 3 armed men broke into the home at about 9:40 p.m. on Friday and stole 4 guns. Whoops. Oh, and Detective Sergeant Tanya McKenzie said police believe the man targeted the house because they knew there was a gun safe inside. Ooh. Could it be because you fucking idiots posted a map?
Whoopsie. Posted a map. Accidentally killed someone.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Police said he was a registered gun owner. The stolen guns have been described as target pistols used in a club environment, and police believe their presence at the home would not have been widely known. Except to everyone who saw the map you posted, you fucking wankers!
It's like, maybe criminals look at things.
It's almost as if they're apparently smarter than the police.
It's almost as if criminals think about how to get away with their crimes, you know?
Yeah. And it's almost as if the criminals want to have more force available than the people they're attacking, so they're going to steal guns. Well done, you brain-dead fuckwits in Perth. And I'm just going to bring up the map in case anyone doesn't remember it. This is from March. Western Australia gun owners demand apology for police maps showing their locations. The head of Western Australia's biggest firearms association is demanding an apology from Police Minister Some Stupid Cunt after his office in Western Australia Police distributed a map to media of real firearms locations in a Perth suburb. Oh, the city where someone was targeted for his firearms! Goddamn fucking idiot, stupid bastard fucking cops! You fucking retards! Anyway.
You sound a little fired up there, but I'm not sure. You're very deadpan about this.
If you're not careful, they'll put you in some sort of COVID camp and say that you're too angry. It's been an anger camp. Keep you there by force.
That's right. Anger is infectious, so therefore.
Freedom is also infectious.
You're a menace to society, you know?
Yeah. Yep.
Dear me.
It's just always amazing that, I don't know, the unintended consequences of stripping citizens of their right to bear arms is very violent and deadly.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's almost as if putting a image in the newspaper of the location of all the guns is an excellent way to get gun owners attacked. Ah, for fuck's sake.
It's almost as if disarming the populace is a bad thing, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's an extreme position. Like super
Well,
ultra
I
mega
am.
extreme, you know.
I am quite radical. I am avian, after all.
How do you stop a bad bird with a gun? A good bird with a gun.
Oh, how about... Okay, so... That's the end of our short gun control segment. Let's move on to something just weird and fucking hilarious, because guess what? Women are whining about the internet again.
Oh, no, not again.
Yep. Female avatar sexually assaulted in Meta VR platform, campaigners say.
How can you be sexually assaulted in VR? What?
What the fuck?
Oh, you're rubbing my pixels, aggressively. What are you doing?
Oh no, you're ruining my imagination.
Campaigners say the avatar of a 21-year-old researcher was sexually assaulted. Yes, because apparently you can sexually assault an avatar. Then again, these are the same idiots who claim that people getting raped in GTA Online. Corporate accountability group Some of Us, for whom the researcher works, says it shows Meta needs better plans to mitigate harms in the metaverse. It's VR! Take the helmet off, put it down! You fucking idiots!
Better yet, just block the person that you're interacting with so they can't interact with you anymore. Go somewhere else, do something else. It's the internet, essentially.
Yeah.
Same fucking principle.
So,
You're flipping through me aggressively.
Yeah. The idiots say that virtual assaults can be intensely traumatic. No, you idiots!
You assaulted me by looking at me.
For goodness sake. Again, this is just another dilution of these words.
Yep.
Like, they've diluted the word rape. They're diluting sexual assault now. Sexual assault is now, what, unwanted attention in a video game?
Yep.
Apparently. This is like, the male gaze digitized.
Like, it does no justice to people who are actually assaulted. It does no justice to people who are actually raped. Because now people think of this shit.
Yeah, it really fucking diminishes it. It's like all this fucking shit with the Me Too movement is now completely crumbling because of assholes like Amber Heard.
Yeah.
Not that I thought the Me Too was a good thing. I think Me Too actually was filled with a lot of fucking toxicity and a lot of bullshit.
Yeah. So the director of these idiots says it still counts, it still has a real impact on users. Yes, because they're too stupid to take their headset off.
What real impact? What happened to them? Do they have psychological trauma?
Well, they're a leftist, so yes, but that was before this.
Yes.
The BBC has seen some of that footage. The avatar of the researcher is not envisioned as taken from her perspective. Really, you retards? But there are two male avatars in the room, one of whom is observing while the other appears very close to her. The pair make lewd comments and share a virtual bottle of drink. Are you sure it wasn't someone else who worked for your company, you fucking spastics?
And how do they know that they were actually men doing this? It could have been two women with male avatars for all we know.
Yeah, but they don't care.
Voices. Actually, I mean, if they are female avatars with male voices, who are you to assume their gender that they're male? Could be women on woman violence here.
Indeed.
Yeah. But
I mean, that woman should just take on and suck on the feminine penis. I'm sorry.
Hold on. The virtual assault. It doesn't say what fucking happened. The pair made lewd comments, and that's assault to you, is it, you idiots? Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's what I'm saying about diluting the words. They've put this in the category of sexual assault.
Yep. And of course, the default personal boundary setting is roughly 1.2 meters of virtual distance between your avatar and those of anyone not on your friends list. Oh, anyone on your friends list. So did this I guarantee this was people who work for the company.
My
They're
mum
probably
would probably
going
fucking
after each
laugh
other.
at this shit.
Yeah.
Now, oh, here we go. Daily Mail.
I actually don't think it's that funny though. Like, because it does do harm to actual victims.
Yeah, but
Because
they
this
don't
is
care
what's
about
now
that.
associated with sexual assault. This bullshit. So I'm not sure that she would laugh at it. Because
No,
it's
no,
not
she'd
funny.
laugh at the stupid people in the thing.
But wait, it gets
She
dumber.
wouldn't be offended or psychologically traumatized. She'd be like,
Daily
"What the fuck are
Mail
these guys
says
doing?"
woman 21 is virtually raped by a stranger in Meta's metaverse app. How can you be
There's a weird
virtually
thing.
raped if your personal boundary is 1.2 meters away, you fucking retards? It's almost as
mention-
if they faked the whole fucking thing.
It's almost as if they're trying to dilute the word rape.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like
Yeah.
the more you say shit like that, the more likely you are to have people actually think, "Oh, well, rape isn't actually that bad a thing."
Or for somebody to actually be raped and try and report it, and for other people
Oh,
to be like,
the police won't do anything
"Oh,
about it, obviously.
what? Well, not sure, but even just like anybody thinking, oh well, what do they mean by raped? Like, because if 10, 20 years ago, if somebody had said that they'd been raped, you would be thinking of somebody had been dragged off down an alleyway somewhere. That's what would spring to your head. Now, people are like, well, what do they mean by that? Because they've diluted the fucking word.
Yeah, because it's gotten into this, word salad situation of, oh yeah, it could mean anything that I didn't want. It's like, no, it's not.
It could
it's
mean
a
a
heinous
week
crime.
after the fact, I decided, I kind of changed my mind.
Actually, I kind of enjoyed it.
He was really disappointed in bed, so I'm just going to blame this guy for rape. And it's like
Yeah.
mattress
I
girl.
got caught cheating, therefore I was raped.
I'm starting to think that Islam has the right answer to that. I kid, mostly.
But it's shit like this, like, it just dilutes the word, and it does no justice to people who have actually been raped.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
it's the same situation with everything. Like all these people who pretend to be mentally ill or pretend to be a certain fucking sexual orientation because it's trendy. It's like
or shout rape at oh well or not rape, racist at everybody. It's like, oh, he looked at me funny because of my skin color. It's like, yeah, but you're robbing a store.
yeah.
The word rape is racist as well.
Yeah.
At this point, the word if left it just calls someone a racist, I mean, immediately think, oh, they must be fun to hang out with.
Yeah, like thank them and move on with your day.
That man's a racist. Oh, thanks. I might go talk to him then.
Well, that means I'm not going to carry on talking to you. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
You immediately jump to calling people racist without even knowing shit about people.
Yeah. So, here's some more details on this. So, an hour into using the platform, her avatar was sexually assaulted. One avatar virtually raped her avatar while another watched. She did not have the personal boundary feature on. Right. Let's talk about how stupid you are, you silly bitch. It again makes me think that the thing's fucking staged.
Yeah.
And again, how do you virtually rape an avatar? Did he get his virtual penis out of his virtual pants and it inserted into your virtual vagina?
How did it feel to be virtually raped?
Log out?
Just teleport to another place. It's like, okay. I'll believe in that.
Wait,
Oh, God, this woman's so fucking stupid. Oh, here we go. Oh, fucking Jesus. The researcher was led into a private room at a party where she was raped by a user who kept telling her to turn around so he could do it from behind, while users outside the window could see, or while another user in the room watched and passed around a vodka bottle. Are you stupid? Oh, here we go. With personal boundary disabled, the other avatars were able to virtually touch the researcher's avatar, which caused her hand controls to vibrate, creating a very disorienting and even disturbing physical experience for the one who was too fucking stupid to leave the default safety features on or put the fucking controllers down.
So her hands were vibrating, therefore rape.
Yeah.
Oh my. No, this is going to call for copious amounts of alcohol.
You just... It sounds staged.
It does.
Probably
It,
is,
it sounds like one of these, what
Attention
was
whores.
it? What was it? Like the bully hunters, bullshit that, I'm drawing a blank. The crazy woman who has ruined gaming for the last decade.
You mean Anita Sarkeesian?
Yes.
Not
Yeah,
sure I'd give her
it
that
sounds
much
like the
credit.
thing that. Yeah.
This is violence against women in gaming.
I
How
do
could
think
we
the
ever cope
funniest
with
one
this?
was when she was talking about
Hold
how
on.
women's asses and stuff in video games. She's like, you can always see their ass on the screen, and then she spent like God knows how long trying to see Batman's ass, and she was like, his cape is in the way. It's like, stop
Yeah.
serving on Batman.
So who
But
wants
he's
to
Batman.
who wants to see the video of the virtual rape?
Oh, go on, do it. They look so threatening with those really, kind faces. Sorry.
Wait, they're only shown from the waist up?
Yep. Hold on, I need to turn the volume up. Stop! Oh God, Daily Mail's video player's shit.
And
No.
this is meant to compete with things like Second Life.
Oh, for
like,
fuck's sake, Evangelo.
Wag Daddy 69.
For fuck's sake, you stupid cunts!
oh my God.
I just think this is a really fucking great advert for VR.
Yeah.
I think it's a really great advert for vodka. Because after reading that article, I need plenty.
Ardent Party. Her avatar wasn't wearing pants, asking for it.
What I find funny is that the two guys led her into this room. Then she took the vodka bottle.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but when somebody's got a screen name of Swag Daddy 69, come on, we're talking like a 13-year-old kid.
Yep.
Swag Daddy 69, look at my
Ridiculous
virtual
fucking
vodka.
article.
Yep. And of course, she didn't bother to block them because she's a dumb whore.
She wanted more attention later down the line. That's what
Yep.
it is.
I still
right.
don't believe that this is real.
It probably
Thanks,
isn't.
feminism.
Why block them or like go to a different place when you could get an article in the paper?
True. I mean, this is like games journalism
Yeah.
at its peak.
Yep.
Fucking games journals.
They're a fucking goddamn
we still never-
embarrassment.
Did we ever get integrity in gaming journalism?
No,
I
no.
don't know.
no, we didn't.
See, well, it's not.
They just tripled
game
down on
support.
it.
Yeah.
You just hate women. No, we just want you to have some fucking integrity.
Integrity. What's that?
Not-
That sounds like
Integrity's
not too
racism.
much bother. If it's not too much bother, please.
Come down to Integrity Farms.
Mm-hmm. Oh dear. Right, so that's that article. Who knows what time it is now?
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's time for the jingle, isn't it?
Yes.
Black bills.
Welcome to the Black Bill
The
Gun.
Sultans of Shadilay
It's
presents
in front of
Non-Swatch.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
It's Non-Swatch time! Former Conservative MP Imran Ahmed Khan jailed for 18 months for sexually assaulting a 15-year-old boy at party in 2008. That's right, the bastard's been sent to
Follow me.
jail. Finally.
A very British name there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, at a trial last month, he was found guilty of groping the boy in 2008. The judge said that he did not accept Khan had any remorse for what he had done. Passing sentence at Southwark Crown Court, Mr. Justice Jeremy Baker said the victim had been profoundly psychologically affected by Khan's actions. He added, "The only regret you feel is towards yourself for having found yourself in the predicament you faced as a result of your actions some 14 years ago." Mr. Justice Baker said there was a significant degree of brutality in the lead up to Khan's assault on the teenager. Blah, 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 blah. So basically, first gay Muslim MP, yeah, it turns out that he was a violent pedophile. And so he's been jailed for 18... Yep, first gay Muslim MP jailed for 18 months as a violent pedophile.
Good.
Right.
Put him straight in the fucking death row.
Yep.
As the audio clip says, get in the chipper, bitch.
Get in the chipper, bitch.
Yeah, meanwhile, in chat, Prime Knight's like, epic. Ultron's like, I want to die now. Prime Knight's like, noose.
Yeah, yeah.
Anipai's like, damn it, haven't even got the excuse for stream to skip this.
You're stuck here now.
Oh, dearie me.
Why do you do this to us, Magic?
Because I fucking hate the world and want to get off.
Well, you need to take the rest of us with you.
I don't want to go on this trip.
Oh, dear. So, speaking of pedophiles, what's State Farm been up to?
Oh, God.
I need to cancel my insurance.
State Farm accused of pushing LGBTQ plus pedo books on kids. Consumers Research launches Like a Creepy Neighbor. State Farm has been accused of recruiting...
State Farm's touching your kids.
Yep, has been accused of recruiting agents to push books about gender fluidity on young children, and a new ad campaign by Consumers Research slams the insurance giant as a creepy neighbour to spotlight claims by an internal whistleblower. They've been intentionally trying to target kindergarteners for discussions around transgender issues, sexual identity issues, without notifying their parents, without their consent, and specifically targeting...
Get in the chipper. Get in the chipper, bitch!
When is that going to become a ringtone?
Yeah.
Why is it not already?
Oh, dear.
I feel like it should already be.
So they say, State Farm is partnering with the Gender Cool Pedophiles to help diversify classroom, community center, and library bookshelves with a collection of books to help bring clarity and understanding to the national conversation about being groomed, transgendered, inclusive, and non-binary. The project's goal is to increase representation of grooming victims, books, and support our communities in having challenging, important, and empowering conversations with pedophiles. Oh, sorry, by empowering pedophiles to have important, empowering conversations with children aged 5+.
I don't like it.
Get the chipper.
Yep.
It's got to be revved on full speed.
Yep, go and warm the chipper up.
Oh, dear.
Thank you.
So, Joe Rogan blasts people upset about groomer term. Here's what's more important. Not having people groom your fucking kids under guise of I'm an LGBTQ educator.
Yep.
Yeah, basically.
You're not grooming the kids, you're not going to be accused of grooming kids.
Yeah. So the host spoke with Professor/author Chad Sard about educators who he said use indoctrination against kids for their own sexual pleasure and say it's a real fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That seems to be a problem, yes.
So he says, how do you feel about education? I think it's critical. It's very important. Rogan explained. How do you feel about indoctrination by people that are educated? I don't like that at all. Those are two very different things. Right, Assad replied. And if you want to tell me they're not the same thing, I say fuck you. Because they're not. Because there's a lot of fucking crazy people that wind up being teachers. Someone said that to me that, or I read this, not all, the term groomer. A lot of people don't like that term online. They're very upset, but they're real. There are groomers. You don't like it? Do you not like it because you don't want children to be groomed, or do you not like it because it's a pejorative that's used against the left, which I think more likely. But here's what's more important. Not having people groom your fucking kids. That's what's more important than you getting uncomfortable with this word because it's used by people on the right. Like I saw someone, as an argument, someone who I think is an intelligent person, say there should be a block against using the word groomer.
What? Fuck off. No.
No, there
How
should
about
be
you
no
stop
groomers,
grooming
said
children?
Rogan.
Yeah. Fuck me.
So when they finally get a word thrown at them that sticks, unlike all this other shit that they've been flinging for decades now, they freak out and want to ban words. Lovely, absolutely lovely. You know what? There's a place for groomers.
It's called the chipper.
Chipper?
Perhaps.
I'm tempted to run the sound clip, but we don't want to burn chat out on it.
I hope it revs up like a fucking chainsaw.
Okay, so we've got an article from the Babylon Bee. And it's fucking brilliant. Are you a groomer? 9 things to look for. Oh no!
Are you if you need to ask?
You probably are.
Yeah.
I've never had to ask myself this question, you know? It's always been blatantly obvious that I'm not.
So, oh no, everyone's calling everyone else groomer, and now we're all confused. Are you a groomer? Is your neighbor a groomer? Let's the excerpts at the Babylon Bee help you sort it out. This isn't a satirical article. I've had a look at the questions, and this isn't a satire. This is just real.
It's not the Onion, no. It's not the Bee.
Yeah, but it's actually on the Bee.
Oh, this will be fun.
So here are the warning signs you may be a groomer. Do you talk about sex with 5-year-olds behind their parents' back? No. Do you begin sentences with, don't tell your parents, but... Do you encourage kids to cut off their sex organs? No. Are you a Disney executive?
Not yet.
No.
Did you quit your teaching job after they passed the Parental Rights Act in Florida?
No.
Does taking other people's kids to a drag show and calling it a field trip seem okay to you?
No.
No, fuck that.
Do you drive around in a windowless van with free gender-affirming care scrolled on the side?
How did they know about my van?
I think they had to
It used to
include.
say free candy, but
I think they had to include that one so they could still
hormones.
claim it was satire, because everything else is just straight up true. Have you ever helped a child?
I can't tell the difference.
Yeah, like they had to include that one because otherwise it's just not satire anymore. Because they have their protections from like slander and things because it's satire. So they had to include that one because otherwise it's just true. Have you ever helped a child acquire sex hormones without their parents' knowledge?
What? Oh, fucking hell.
Does David French think you're a blessing of liberty?
oh, yeah, oh.
Tally up your
That-
number of
that
yes answers and consult this chart. 1 to 2. Oh no, you're a groomer. 3 to 4. Wow, definitely a groomer. 5 to 6. Yep, still a groomer. 7 to 8. There's a Law and Order SVU episode with your name on it. 9. Okay, we're calling the police. Yeah, this isn't actually satire. Right.
That top one shouldn't be okay, we're calling the police. It should be okay, we're warming up the chipper.
Yep.
If you've got one or more,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What's up, Corey? Oh dear.
Is Crow broken now?
I think Crow's just given up. I think he might be going to visit a local teacher.
Remember, their eyes are bright and shiny.
Oh dear. What do we want next? Ooh, how about trans male who had sex with 3 women using specially made prosthetic penis convicted of assault?
Oh, wonderful. What a great individual this person is.
What?
What?
A transgender man assaulted 3 women using a strap-on penis they'd had specifically made to pretend to be a biological male.
Okay, so a strap-on, okay.
Yep. So they were born as a biological female and assaulted the victims between June 2010 and March 2016. The 32-year-old was convicted of 3 counts of assault by penetration, 6 counts of assault occasioning actual bodily harm, and 1 count of making a threat to kill.
Oh, lovely.
One of the victims told the court he looked like a guy, he acted like a guy. The victim only discovered that he was not a biological male after finding the strap-on penis months into their relationship. The Enfield native kept his secret hidden by insisting on keeping clothes on when having sex with the woman using the fake phallus in the dark. Crown Prosecution Services...
no, that's not obvious.
Yep. Crown Prosecution Services, Melissa Garner said, these victims have been deceived, betrayed and lied to in the most disturbing and traumatic of ways. One of the victims was just 16 years old when she met the defendant. Oh, so they're a pedophile as well.
Get in the trans chipper.
The trooper does not discriminate.
Yeah. So she went on that this scumbag tricked 3 innocent women into believing they were male, and when questioned, violently attacked them and intimidated them into continuing relationships.
Now, if they thought they were female, they probably wouldn't have been intimidated, you know?
I don't know. They're a pretty convincing trans men. They look like exactly the kind of person that would rape a bunch of women.
Yep.
Ah, dear. Okay, speaking of assorted pedophiles. Oh, here we go. How about Laverne Cox honored as first transgender Barbie?
They don't have any genitals on anything there. How the hell can...
No, Barbie has tits and blonde hair, so...
Yeah, the Ken dolls don't even have, a bulge. So how are they going to be like, yeah, here we go, let's just swap heads on Barbie and Ken?
Mm-hmm. Oh, dear. And of course it goes on sale for $40 or £32 ahead of her 50th birthday. The doll is the latest release as toy maker Mattel works to remake Barbie's leggy blonde image, except for the fact that looks like Barbie with dark as fucking skin. It's just a standard fucking Barbie.
And a feminine penis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, hold on, go back to the picture of the doll. Look at the fucking arms on that thing.
Yep. They're manly arms.
But I thought there was no difference between men and women. I'm confused now.
Not as confused as Laverne Cox.
I'm confused now. I had it on good authority that there was no difference between men and women, and it was bigoted to think otherwise. So how would you be able to tell the difference between Barbie and trans Barbie?
Especially considering that Barbie doesn't have any genitals.
Do you have to ask the doll's pronouns now?
Does the new trans Barbie have a penis?
There should come with pronouns on the box.
I mean, I don't think Ken ever came with a penis. I'd be very surprised if trans Barbie does.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't, unfortunately. I wish I would be surprised, but I wouldn't.
Oh, dear. So, meanwhile, in Norway, where's fucking Trim and you need him? Christina Ellingson is under investigation for saying that men cannot be lesbians under Norwegian hate crime legislation. If found guilty, she faces up to 3 years in prison.
For saying men can't be lesbians.
Correct. And she's not even saying that trans men can't be... that trans women can't be lesbians. No, if they identify as a man, they cannot be a lesbian by your own stupid fucking logic. But you changed that 5 seconds ago.
So, you know, middle school 12-year-old bleach faking jokes about, I'm just going to say I'm a lesbian. That way I can get into the girls' locker room. Tee-hee-hee-hee. Is now basically a hate crime if you don't let me do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's going to be really well received.
Yep. Meanwhile, in Staffordshire, the police are like, Uniting Staffordshire Against Hate. If you've experienced a hate crime, call us on this number. Oh, so they have this message. He can't be a man one day, then a woman the next. It's just weird. H-A-T-E. Hate. Hey, Sitch, let's put a stop to it.
And we should put a stop to the Staffordshire police.
If you use the letters that spell out hate speech, you are evil.
Mm-hmm.
If you use unapproved letters in any order other than state mandate, you may get bigot.
Citizen, we have detected an independent thought. Please assume the position and
longer
prepare
allowed
to
to
be
use those
fucked up
7
the
letters.
arse by this feminine penis.
Literally only allowed to use 19 letters of the alphabet now.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you're a criminal.
Yeah.
I love how stating biology is now illegal.
Mm-hmm.
You should
you're
pick this
not a
up, 'cause you're the last
biologist.
one.
Yeah. Oh, actually, in one place it isn't. If I can find the fucking article. God damn it, where's the article?
Yeah, we're boned.
I cannot find the fucking article. God damn it. Anyway, yeah, here we go. Attorney General says schools do not have to accommodate children's gender wishes.
Yay. I sent you this one, didn't I?
Yes.
Well, I don't know if I sent it to you, but I definitely put it somewhere you can find it. I did find it, apparently.
Yeah. So, an interview with The Times, Braverman QC said the law state under 18s cannot legally change their sex, enabling schools to treat all of their pupils by the sex of their birth. Under 18s cannot get a gender recognition certificate. Under 18s can't legally change sex. So again, in the context of schools, I think it's even clearer. A male child who says in a school that they are a trans girl, that they want to be female, is legally still a boy or a male, and the schools have a right to treat them as such under the law. They don't have to say, okay, we're going to let you change your pronouns, or let you wear a skirt, or call yourself a girl's name. Boom. Fuck you.
Fucking...
Yeah, and she then says, I would say to the school that they don't have to allow boys into the girls' toilets if the boy says they're a girl.
Good.
Yeah, okay, I have some assorted woke crap before I move on to the next segment. So just some assorted woke shit. Here's one. Friend who lives in Manhattan sends pic of this subway ad cuts to the New York City Department of Health. Heroin addiction, it's empowering. Quote, don't be ashamed you are using, be empowered that you are using safety, says Florence from Manhattan.
See, this is why the entire city of New York just needs to be thrown in a wood chipper.
Yeah, basically. Where is the other one? Because I had something else that was just dumb. Ah, yes. How about Spanish MPs back only yes is yes sexual consent law? That's right. Even if she's sucking your dick, she's still not consenting to sexual activity.
Yeah, sure.
All
why
sex
not?
is rape.
I love being infantilized.
Yep, so the reform...
Consenting sex is also rape.
Yep, unless... And they wonder why men are refusing to have sex and are going their own way and taking the red pill. It's almost as if it's fucking dangerous to be anywhere near a woman.
I mean, I feel pretty much
It's-
more dangerous than most women, but that's just me, I guess.
Oh, okay. Actually, as I look further, the law doesn't seem that insane. But of course, the BBC had to make it political.
Well,
Of course.
it's the BBC.
So the reform means that victims will no longer have to prove that they suffered violence or intimidation, or that they physically resisted in order to show that they have suffered a sexual assault. Any sexual assault without consent will be liable to be deemed assault. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. So there was a case where 5 men raped an 18-year-old woman in Pamplona in 2016. The men were all found guilty of sexual abuse, but the court cleared them of rape on the grounds that neither violence nor intimidation had been used. Violence nor intimidation? I'm sorry, there were 5 dudes. I think that counts as intimidation, you fucking retards.
Wow.
So they've had to clarify something because somebody was retarded.
Yes.
What I'm hearing.
Yes.
Joy.
Mm-hmm. Far-right Vox Party was making sense. Oh, she's gone. Far-right Vox MP Carl Toscano argues that women could use the new law to target an innocent man. Yes, and the reason they don't like her is clear because she's an attractive woman.
Ah. Yep.
In many cases...
It's always curious how a woman's attractiveness seems to push them slightly more right.
It's crazy, isn't it? The more attractive a woman is, the more likely she is to be on the right. It's almost... Okay, so she says, in many cases, it's impossible for a man to prove consent. Exactly. How the fuck can you prove consent? Congratulations, you've now encouraged people to record all sexual interactions. Because remember, consent can be withdrawn at any time, so she can't sign a piece of paper beforehand.
Yep.
Not only do they have to be recorded, but they then have to be reviewed by a judge.
That's it. Like, do you need to, before you have sex, do you need to call the police and ask for a police officer to be in the room with you?
So, is anybody familiar with the movie Cherry 2000 here?
Never heard of it.
Is that 1980s, kind of sci-fi flick? But one of the key scenes leading up to the adventure with the hero is he's in a bar and men and women are signing contracts before having sex. It's a very brief scene with Lawrence Fishburne, but it was like, I don't know.
Thing is,
this is like the future.
The only thing about that that's unrealistic is that because consent can be withdrawn at any time, the contract means nothing, so the man's still screwed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Here's the woke, stupid part of the law. The definition of sexual violence is also broadened, including, for example, harassment in a public place in which a person is humiliated by unwanted sexual or sexist expressions, behaviors, or propositions. Hey, babe, wanna fuck? Sexual violence!
I wish it wasn't so funny.
But I hate women. Dear. Right. Next segment.
It just shouldn't be this hard for humanity to operate on a
Ardent Party
level.
says to Trim for some reason, when he was in college in the 90s, consent contracts were briefly a thing. Yeah, okay, I have another segment, and of course, this ties into both the trans leftist lunatics and state-sponsored fascism, and I require a monkey. Because it's the bloody monkey's fault. Bleach and I found the source of the monkeypox outbreak.
It's monkey, wasn't it?
Yes, it was the rainbow dildo butt monkey.
No.
Disco dying slowly.
No, I don't want to see the rainbow dildo butt monkey. One day.
Moving away from that.
Bad buzzing.
Oh, that was perfect. Base types in chat. It wasn't me. Sure.
It was.
We need
Have we
proof
ever
that.
seen the rainbow dildo, bat monkey, and ape in the same room?
I don't think so. Ape, what were you doing on the day the rainbow dildo butt monkey roamed?
Yeah, he was curiously absent from all communication that day.
Yeah. I've never seen them in the same room. Just went out there.
Oh dear. Right, so here's an article from May 28th from GB News. Monkeypox cases in UK rise to 106 with 16 more confirmed in England. How in the ever-loving fuck do 106 people catch monkeypox? Like, all the research prior to 2020 wasn't showing household transmission.
That's curious.
Monkey.
Yeah. So.
What you do? What did you do?
So it comes after an infectious disease expert told GB News the monkeypox lockdown should not be needed if we get the disease under control. If we get the disease under control, whatever under control means. So Jimmy Whitworth of London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine told GB News that such a lockdown would not be necessary provided we get the virus under control.
See, apparently, and I never got a chance to look into this any further, but apparently they were removing, like, the UK government site was removing articles that talked about previous outbreaks to make this, like, why would you do that? Why would you remove articles about previous outbreaks? Unless you wanted to scare people.
It's almost as if there's an agenda. How about warning signs ahead of monkeypox outbreak went unheeded, experts say. Monkeypox appears to have exploded out of nowhere in the past 2 weeks, spreading across Europe, the Americas, and other regions. But warning signs appear to have gone unheeded. An unusual... Okay, so here's where it gets conspiracy fact. An unusual and long-running outbreak in Nigeria should have surged as notice. Okay, let's have a look at the unusual outbreak in Nigeria. 5 cases a month since the end of 2017. That's an outbreak. Got a graph here.
Where it's endemic to the animal population, so that's
Yes.
how they keep, like, catching it.
Yes, because they eat them, because they're starving, because they're in Nigeria. But yeah, apparently this all popped down nowhere in August 2017, shot up to 45 cases in October of 2017, then went down to, yeah, basically 5 cases per month. Between 0 and 5 cases per month. Oh, here we fucking go. Yeah, it's actually sitting on the 0 line for 2020. From April to August 2020, 0 cases per month. It's almost as if it's not related to the same fucking outbreak, you fucking degenerate idiots. It's not clearly not the same fucking outbreak if for 6 months you had no cases.
But my science panic.
A bit scary though.
Yeah, but don't worry, the World Health Organization has a plan.
Oh, lovely.
I don't want it.
Yeah, monkeypox can be contained if we act now, World Health Organization says. Countries should take quick steps to contain the spread of monkeypox and share data about their vaccine stockpiles, a senior World Health Organization official said on Friday. We think that if we put in place the right measures now, we can contain this easily. World Health Organization's Director for Global Infectious Hazard Preparedness, Sylvie Briand, told the UN agency's annual assembly. Monkeypox is... Okay. Oh, here we go. Monkeypox is a usually mild viral infection that is endemic in parts of West and Central Africa.
Okay, case closed then.
Yep.
Just keep the people who've got it temporarily away from other people.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to let them just immigrate en masse anywhere they want at all times.
Yeah. Case investigation, contact tracing, isolation at home will be your best bets, said W Health Organization's Rosamund Lewis, who heads the smallpox secretariat. Why do they have a smallpox secretariat 50 years after we defeated it?
Because Bill Gates keeps promising that we'll get some more.
Yes.
Wouldn't you like a little more smallpox with your breakfast?
He keeps promising.
Mm-hmm. Ah, for fuck's sake, you bastard, fucking bastards.
Pretty much.
Yeah, okay. I had one more, and this, before we get started, this is what I'm certain is fake news. So it's an image of a BBC tweet that says Poland has ordered a ban on all public gatherings of LGBTQ plus pedo pride-related events, starting at a 2-week minimum, which will be reviewed at the end of this period. As far-right government says it is a necessary step to contain the monkeypox outbreak. Problem is, I couldn't find the tweet, and I could find no news articles to confirm this. However, I could also totally see
flatten the alphabet.
Yes, I could totally see them doing this. I could absolutely see a country doing a ban on public gatherings for 2 weeks. Problem is, I don't think they'd just do the LGBTQs.
No.
Further, as much as the Groomers deserve this after 2 years of letting sane people get trounced, no, fuck off with any form of this totalitarian bullshit. No, just fucking no.
And I hate being as cynical as I've become, because it's just like, all right, yeah, what crisis are they going to manufacture next to control us?
Well, apparently the answer was monkeypox.
And the answer is monkeypox. Congratulations, your prize is more government oppression.
Unfortunately for them, while monkeypox is definitely a far more obvious and far more disfiguring and potentially far more dangerous disease than other recent viral outbreaks that we aren't allowed to talk about. Yeah, monkeypox has actually been around for like 40 years, and we have research from prior to 2020 that tells us that it's fine.
Not when they're done removing the previous outbreaks from the government websites, it's not.
No. Well, fortunately, the internet never forgets, and we have articles. For example, I saw an article where they looked at about a dozen cases in Nigeria, and there were 30 people who came into close contact with them in the family environment, and none of them caught monkeypox because they weren't fucking them. It's almost as if monkeypox requires the other person's bodily fluids to enter your body. Usually through broken skin, or perhaps if they sneeze directly into your mouth.
That conjures up some mental images.
Like sharing linen and stuff with somebody who's currently got the pox.
Yeah. Also, one of the articles I read that I don't have at the moment said that where it is spread in close contact, it's usually after extended periods and when they're less than 1.8 meters apart. Oh, what's that? Viruses spread at more than 1.5 meters? It's almost as if that number was bullshit pulled out of someone's ass.
Say it ain't so. It's not the science. We have to believe it.
Like, for fuck's sake. And I could totally see a country doing something like this, banning public pride events for 2 weeks. But as much as the little bastards deserve it for not defending us, no, fuck the government. They can't do this shit. It's not acceptable.
Yeah.
And again, for YouTube, this particular tweet is fake. We are discussing the possibilities of whether something like it could happen. Grumble. Yeah.
I mean, it would be pretty funny.
It's like, Pride Month's been banned because of the monkeypox.
Oh God, could you imagine?
another one.
Could you imagine if they cancelled? Oh shit, Pride Month's coming up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then suddenly there's an outbreak of monkeypox among children, and it's just like, well, we've been warning you.
Adam Pay's like, whoa, haven't been paying close attention to baseball. It's a fake tweet. We've been discussing how we would totally believe it if it happened. And how, if it did happen, it'd still be unacceptable tyranny.
But humorous.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it'd be fucking hilarious. So we'd laugh our asses off, tell the cunts they deserved it, then go out and fight for their rights.
Yep. Exactly. That always seems to be the thing that the left never gets is we actually want them to be able to say a lot of stupid shit. We don't agree with it.
What they also don't realise is that while they don't support it, most right wingers want it to be legal for what is it? It's like for armed gay people to protect their pot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But then again, I keep having to remind myself that the left-wingers are they're not really human in that regard. They only care about their own personal political gain.
Callum Dayton says, thing is, this infection isn't particularly dangerous, so what happens when something dangerous does turn up and we would react after all this extra lockdown stuff? Because it's not about the viruses. It's about totalitarian control by the New World Order. Which isn't a fucking conspiracy theory. They've been on the news saying it all month.
When it becomes conspiracy fact, do we need to say any more?
Indeed. Fucking Jesus. Anyway, that is the end of the pre-planned content.
Is there unplanned content?
Isn't there always?
Let me have a look in live shows and see if we've been gifted any trauma. We've already looked at that one. You know, where California's decided to drop the requirement for schools to notify law enforcement of people threatening to shoot up the school.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
Clearly a school shooter.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. Then there's something for crows fairly specifically in the live chats, but don't know if the copyright music would make it difficult for here.
Yeah, copyright music bad. Oh dear, comes like so much more today. No.
I love that.
Usually why every one's like, at least it was all uplifting. I think I broke Disco repeatedly.
Yes, you did. I'm now just concentrating on building my house in Eagle.
I must do productive, nice things in my day.
Yes, I'm making a pretty house with a pretty cafe, and I'm ignoring Patrick.
You're not making burgers in your cafe.
No, I haven't seen a burger recipe, but maybe that's just because I'm not quite at the point of making bread yet.
Oh dear, Prime Knight has given us a gift. Ethan Klein caused the bombing of NRA conference.
Yeah, that sounds very sensible. Ethan Klein's just jumping off a fucking cliff.
Yeah, he prefaced his calls for violence by promoting sales of his new shirts which read "End Gun Violence."
That's not a flattering picture, is it?
Well, he's a
Jabba the Hutt was better
pathetic
looking
loser.
and more successful.
Yeah, at least Jabba the Hutt was a successful businessman.
God.
Oh,
why do these leftists, their go-to answer is government violence or attack other people with violence? There's no logic. There's no reason. They don't want arguments. They just want to cause harm.
Well,
I
they're
don't
just
know how to
evil.
make a convincing argument without violence.
Yeah.
I'd love to get in like an actual good psychological study done on these insane lunatics.
I think we should dissect their brains. You're right.
Yeah, vivisection. It never fucking ends.
No. Speaking of some trans crap, another gift from Prime Knight. Female cyclist speaks out after taking second place to man in women's racing.
Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Yeah,
it's
good,
about time more women started
Fucking
speaking out about this.
Well, that's it. They should be. They should go on strike. If there's a
Yeah,
man
we're
in
not
our
going to
sports,
compete.
fuck you. We're not competing.
Honestly, it would make such a statement if they all got to the starting line and then just the trans person cycled off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then about, 5 minutes later, everybody else went and was like, yep, let them do their thing. We're having nothing to do with it. And they just...
We'll have our own race later.
Yeah.
It would be quite a striking image just to watch that person cycle off by themselves while everybody else is just like, nope, we can't.
Oh, but they'd all get called cursed if they ever refuse.
If we can't stop them taking apart, fine. But then we
Honestly,
want
though,
apart. No, you don't have
honestly,
a
it
race
would make
anymore.
such a big difference if they actually all had, like a fucking strike action, like union action, where they're like, well, no, this isn't fair competition.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and apparently this violated the rules of the organisation anyway. In what's this organisation? BC, British Cycling. So she has complained that the British Cycling is not following its own rules set forth for transgender athletes, and has called for Yates to be disqualified. Good for her. Fuck this idiot. She noted that it was hard to even get a hold of someone to lodge the complaint, but now that she's now been informed that the matter has been passed on to the governing body's compliance team, who will duly ignore it. In April, British Cycling suspended its policy regarding the allowance of transgender athletes to compete in the gender division they identify with. And again, you can have women's and open cycling. The women and the trans people can all compete in open cycling. So according to the Times, this policy was suspended on April 8th. Before then, biological athletes can compete in female divisions.
The fact that South Park parodied this so long ago now, and it's still ongoing, and people haven't really caught on to the fact that it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah. It's just... I had a profound statement, and then it just died with incredulity.
Mm-hmm. Ah, damn me.
It's the destruction of the social fabric at its finest.
Yep. Ah, dearie me.
And that trans cyclist, it's like some dude put on some makeup and a wig, and that's all the effort they went to.
I don't think they went to that much effort. It's cycling. You don't put on makeup for cycling.
True. So just a wig.
At least they bothered to shave.
Yeah, you might have bump.
Oh dear.
It's just so unnecessary.
Mm-hmm. But of course men are going to do well in fucking cycling. It isn't like fucking competitive shooting where women can actually do better than the men. Like, fuck's sake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like, muscle mass makes a difference almost.
Yep. It's almost as if being taller and having a bike with larger wheels and having more muscle and better stamina and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da make massive fucking differences.
No, that's just bigotry.
Yeah, it's
I think we should ban anybody with longer legs than me from sport because it's an unfair advantage.
yeah, but at that
So
point we
then
might as well
no
just
sports
ban
will ever
sport.
No, but it is funny though, because like they banned for some sports, like they stopped like women who had naturally higher levels of testosterone from competing because it was deemed an unfair advantage. But apparently, biological men who have been on estrogen long enough that their testosterone levels have dropped can compete. And it's like, but they developed with the testosterone, so they still got the unfair advantage.
And it's almost as
But you're
if the
quite happy to keep women out of there that have high levels of testosterone. Like, how does that make sense to you?
because my oppression, my just lunacy. We will finish with one last article that Primed gave us. Actual good news for a change. Because I want to put...
Show?
Yeah.
Sorry, did you say good news?
Wait, whoa. Am I on the Sultans of Shadilay here? I mean, I'm very uncomfortable.
I don't like change physics.
Typical fucking women. Complain
I believe the direction you're taking the show in.
It doesn't sound like it's just me that's uncomfortable with change here. Like, all of your guests have complained.
So apparently I'm a transgender commentator now.
Yep. Carrying on like a little girl. Oh dear. So, here we go, because we can actually put a picture of a butterfly on screen. Wintering monarch butterflies bounce back in Mexico. Numbers surged by 35%.
Oh, cool.
Yep, and this is following a massive 125-fold increase in western monarch butterfly populations in America.
Oh god, soon you can be taken over by butterflies.
No, I mean, it's happened before.
Yeah. At least I don't think monarch butterflies are the ones that drink blood.
No, but they did land on my ears quite often as a child and try to stick their little proboscises down my ear.
Ew.
That was uncomfortable.
They just wanted to know what was in there.
Apparently it was something tasty.
They were just curious, Bleach.
Oh dear.
But I don't look like Goldenrod, damn it.
You gotta be careful when the butterflies get a taste of human flesh.
Oh, dearing me.
Although I did notice the name of the website is the Good News Network, so we're really reaching for the white pills today.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, that is everything. So we will, I think, call it there. Because it's been a fucking long one. And Bezica's been cranky. And Disco's been horrified.
Yes.
I am just so tired.
Yeah. I'm going to go clean a firearm and put it back where it belongs in its locker. So
Yeah. Dear. So.
You say a tire iron?
no,
Firearm.
Oh, I thought you said tire iron, like you'd beaten someone with it or something. I was like, okay.
Fuck's sake, bro. Maybe you should get a butterfly to clean your ears.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. Oh dear. So, shilling. Bro, do you have anything interesting coming up?
Not really, I guess. I took some photos on holiday. I can share them sometime soon.
Oh dear. What about you, Bleach? Do you want to do some pre-shilling for your project, or leave that for another time?
I'd like to leave that vague for now.
Excellent.
Ooh, a project.
Yes.
Oh, Disco, you've already seen it, and Bezic has too, and I think maybe Crow. I'm not sure. So
I have.
I
seen
probably
nothing.
will know
I
as
haven't
soon as
been
you
here for 2
remind
weeks.
me.
yeah. I'll throw it at you, Crow. If you're bored, you can look through it. It's a slog.
As long as you don't ruffle my feathers.
Oh, that project. Yes.
Yeah. When Disco hears it's long and tedious, she remembers what I've done.
I'm like, what would take a while? And then I was like, oh, that's what would take a while. Yes. I have a poor memory.
I love how clueless I am right now. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, you'll find out actually as soon as I figure out how to do it again.
Oh, that sounds ominous.
Yeah.
He's going to do
Prime
it
Knight
again.
is asking RimWorld Factorio streams when?
Well, that's actually on point. How long until our Factorio stream, Disco?
I don't know. I want an hour or so to get some food. I'm really eyeing up on the steaks that I had today. So yeah, I don't want to eat.
Yeah.
I don't want to eat. But yes, soon.
Soon, within the next couple of hours. There you go.
Yes. We also have to wrangle a monkey and get
yes,
him.
That's always the big challenge.
He did say tonight, and he's probably listening. Like I know. He did say tonight. So if he doesn't show up, everybody has permission to go and spank the monkey.
You know, it's because if he's not turning up, it's because of monkeypox.
Yes, we do know this.
Spreading it places.
Yeah, he's out performing.
He's got the rainbow dildo costume out.
Yeah, that's a super spreader event in and of itself.
Oh, dearie me.
What do you mean, wait, what? Don't tell me you've forgotten we're playing Factorio tonight.
He'd better not have.
That's not one of the side effects of monkeypox, is it? Amnesia?
Might be.
Monknesia, yeah.
No, I think it's just a side effect of being a monkey. You can only hold two things in your mind at once, and both of them are bananas. Oh dear. Ardent Party says, shilling you say, I have an original audio story on my YouTube channel, a collab with a friend. First chapter is doing best of all my vids, second chapter coming soon. Ooh, original content. Wow.
Original content.
Excellent. You should send you. I think you said that you don't do the Discord thing, Ardent. So, like, email me basic1000@gmail.com so I can do some shilling for you because we like original content. Face's like, I forgot, lol. For fuck's sake, Face!
You have maybe an hour or two to unforget.
Goddamn monkey.
Fuck's sake. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. You can't trust him for anything. Flaky monkey.
Dear. So.
Flaky monkeypox. That's just no.
Oh, that's how he spreads them.
Yes. Well, in that case, Discordia and I are playing Factorio in an hour or so. Monkey may show up, and that will decide whether we're doing modded or vanilla.
It's meant to be vanilla.
Yes, it's meant to be vanilla. If Monkey shows up. What else? Rimworld was the other part of that question. We need to... We're taking idea suggestions for ideologies, and we'll pop up a poll on my channel. We'll do a poll on Disco's channel, and that will choose the next one we're doing. So that is all the sealing done. And I think that brings us to an excellent conclusion. So we will see as many of you as possible, hopefully in an hour or so. You can check us out on either Disco's channel or my Twitch channel. Depends on which platform you prefer.
Or if you really want to be tricky, get on both and confuse them.
Yep.
Send them both conflicting chat messages.
Indeed. Just like Bleach does.
Possibly.
Other than that, stay tuned for new updates on Twitters, Discords, YouTubes, all sorts of things, and we will see what shenanigans we get up to during the week. And yes, tomorrow sometime-ish, Trim's channel will have a time-lapse out, depending on what time I get around to making it, because, of course, despite Trim being a YouTuber, I don't think he's ever logged into his YouTube account.
Man, he's such a small YouTuber and he already has an editor. That's incredible. You know?
At this, I wonder if it's he has an editor, or if I have a YouTube channel and I've got an artist on it. It's hard to tell. All right, folks, we'll leave it there rather than dragging it out, and we'll see you all next time. Shadilay, everybody.